each one of you from each one of these participating states. Topic is extremely interesting to the public. I represent public amongst you. Though I am an MC, I represent public amongst you. Subject seems to be extremely inviting. Retrofitting cities for climate change, planning for 2050. Honorable Prime Minister's vision and plan has created Amritkal 2047. And it's great to see that you are planning it ahead by 3 more years, 2050. So here is wishing all of you all the best for the deliberations. And also, as a user, as a city dweller, look forward to the benefits of such conferences to make the life in these cities much more bearable, much more pleasant, and much more inviting. Time to invite the dignitaries onto the dais. What I will do is, I'll take the name of the escort first, and then take the name of the dignitary to be brought on dais. I request Dr. L. Shashikumar, Chairman KRC, to escort Chief Guest Shri Rakesh Singh Ji onto the dais. Request Shri S.B. Honnur, Council Member, to escort Shri N.K. Patel, President ITPI New Delhi. Welcome on dais, sir. Request Shri Wadayar KRC to escort Vice President Shri Anup Srivastava Ji. Nice to see you sitting next to each other. Great, sir. Please welcome on dais, sir. Welcome on dais. Shri Ramesh CC, Chairman Building Committee, to escort Secretary General Shri VP Kulshrestha Ji. Am I looking? Yep. Ramesh CC, Chairman. Okay, he is here. There he is. Welcome on dais, sir. Only few hands are joining together, but more can. Thank you. Mr. Ejaz Ahmad, ex-committee member, to escort Shri Pradeep Kumar, Coordinator and Council Member. Do I see you, sir? Oh, there he comes. Yes, sir. Thank you. Welcome on dais, sir. Shri Hanumant Reddy, there he comes. Request you to escort Dr. L. Shashikumar, Chairman KRC. There he is. Welcome on dais, sir. Shri Bhaskar, Treasurer KRC. Okay, there he comes. Please escort Shri S.B. Honnur, Council Member. Thank you. Welcome on dais, sir. Dr. Shankar, ex-committee member KRC. Dr. Shankar. Looking to look at you. I think there he comes. Yep. Please escort Shri Shankar, Secretary KRC, onto the dais. Here he is. Thank you. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. For the benefit of guests from other than Karnataka, like national anthem, we have a state anthem. We call it Nadagite. In every function, Nadagite is played first. And like national anthem, we raise for the state anthem, Nadagite. I request you to please raise for the Nadagite. For the benefit of all our guests, we are playing an audio-visual part of Nadagite, wherein you will also get to see most visuals related to the glory and grandeur of Karnataka. Here we go with Nadagite. Can you please play?
शंकर रामानुज विद्यारण्य बसवेश्वर
Can we have the music for lighting the lamp? I asked you for it. I forewarned you. Yeah, in the absence of music, this is the best music that we can ever have. Thank you so much. So thoughtful of all the delegates. Very nice. Thank you very much. With the blessings of Deepam Jyoti. Thank you. Before calling Secretary General Sir for the welcome address, I take the pleasure of introducing Shri Kulshrestha Sir has completed his Masters in Regional Planning from IIT Kharagpur, 1980. He has completed PG in Construction Management from HIS Netherlands, worked in Government of Madhya Pradesh. His innovative approach to urban planning is incorporation of cutting-edge technology as GIS and MIS. He was engaged by UN Habitat as lead expert in the project to develop Bhopal Voluntary Local Review 2023. Shri Kulshrestha ji was chairman of Madhya Pradesh Regional Chapter of ITPI on many occasions and was instrumental in organizing very successful National Town and Country Planners Conference at Indore in the year 2004 when he was Vice President of ITPI. May I welcome Shri Kulshrestha sir for the welcome address, please. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. As you know about this conference, where the topic is about the South, retrofitting of cities for climate change, planning for 2050. The topic is very, very appropriate just because whenever we talk about the what you call climate change, there are two technology, you can say, two approaches are there. One is mitigation approach, and other one is an adaptive approach. Mitigation is not really a kind of real time, while adaptation is a real time approach always. So I'll just tell about the mitigation is just like that. Everybody knows the climate, the problem in the because of the climate changes, because of the whatever the emission is there, the auto emission is there. So the only very simple strategy could have been to stop all the automobiles. But is it possible? It is not possible. So that means the mitigation is not a real-time approach. Adaptation is the real-time approach. Here we are taking it as a retrofitting. Retrofitting is almost a kind of adaptation. Retrofitting doesn't mean that you have to break everything and then again restart. No, whatever we have to work within that. So the topic is really very important till for 2050 also. In this conference, our chief guest is Mr. Rakesh Singh, Additional Chief Secretary, who is the chief guest for the inauguration of this conference. I really welcome to Mr. Rakesh Singh. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Besides, our President ITPI, Mr. Patel is also there. I really welcome him. Then Vice President, Mr. Anup Srivastav, I also welcome him. Then the chapter chairman of Karnataka chapter is Mr. Shashi Kumar. I really welcome him also. Then we have our coordinator, Mr. Pradeep Kapoor. I'm welcoming him. I'm really happy that Karnataka regional chapter has organized this conference, where it's a South Zone conference where uh, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, besides the Karnataka, of course, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Puducherry is also involved. I really welcome representative of all these chapters, including in the South Zone, and I really welcome them. Then, besides that, I welcome to all the local people who are associated with the chapter and who came here. I again welcome Mr. The Director Town Planning of Karnataka, then BDA, organizations like BDA, BMRDA, BBMP, KUIDFC, and DULT, etc. Besides, I also welcome the media persons who are here. And last but not least, I really welcome the hotel management of this Capital Hotel, who has made all this wonderful arrangement for this. Then, as you might be aware, that besides the technical session, after first technical session, there is a program. It's the first time ITPI, this Karnataka chapter has come out with that they wanted to felicitate all the old veterans who has given their services in the past, as either as a director town planning or as a council member, or maybe some chairman of the committee or chapter chairman. And now, we certainly, endorse the idea of the Karnataka chapter, and we welcome all those people. They are, number one, Mr. Geljali TN, then Mr. Karigoda, SC Karigoda, Mr. B.R. Raju, then Anand Goda, then Mr. G.J. Nayak, then Mr. Chikananjaya, then Mr. Krishna Gowda. I welcome all of you. So this is all. So thank you very much for nice time.
Thank you, Sri Kulshrestha sir. A very warm welcome to you too. So very warm welcome to you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Request Dr. L. Shashikumar, Chairman KRC, to felicitate our chief guest, ACS UDD Shri Rakesh Singh sir. If I am permitted to add, it takes a lot of effort and intent and the great upbringing to be as simple as Singh sir is. Son of an IPS officer, IAS himself, he is Additional Chief Secretary, ACS, in the Urban Development Department of Government of Karnataka. It's great to be as simple as you are, sir. Request you to take your seats, please. Sri Pradeep Kumar sir will introduce the objectives and achievements. Sri Pradeep Kumar sir is from Rajasthan. He has completed his PG in Regional Planning from Indian Institute of Technology, IIT Kharagpur. He has worked in various positions with Rajasthan government, including Chief Town Planner Rajasthan, Sub-Region NCR. He has worked as Secretary General of ITP for record 12 times, and is a fellow member of ITPI. 12 times, calls for it. Yes. He is a member of the Governance Committee, Commonwealth Association of Planners. Sri Kapoorji has also prepared many master plans and policy documents while in service. Welcome, Shri Pradeep Kapoorji, for the objectives and achievements of ITPI. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Mr. Rakesh Singh ji, Chief Guest for the event. I'm overwhelmed because such event is being organized in Karnataka almost after a decade. So it's a wonderful experience. We tried to organize some activities earlier also, but could not do that. And my sincere thanks to the present Chairman, Executive Committee of KRC, and our council member from Karnataka, Mr. Honor. They have done wonderful job in organizing this South Zone Conference. Another important news I want to share with the members of Karnataka chapter, that your long pending demand for creating a center at Mysore has been approved by the present council of ITPI. In fact, this event was planned to be organized in Mysore, but due to certain pre-commitment of the members there due to examinations in the school, we could not organize there and we shifted it to Bangalore. Never mind, soon we'll come back to Mysore for inaugurating our new center at Mysore. That will be 7th center of ITPI KRC Mysore Center, and they have already elected convener for that. Professor is sitting there. Kindly show your hand so that others can see. So he is the first convener for Mysore Center. Thank you, sir. For the benefit of those who are new members of ITPI, we have a good strength of planners now in the country. We started ITPI with 15 members, and today we have crossed 9,500 members. It's very encouraging. Few years back, we used to see a list of schools who were imparting planning education. That number was 16, 17, 18. And today, more than 80 schools are approved by ITPI who are imparting either at bachelor level or post-graduation in planning courses. So it's a wonderful progress as far as planning fraternity is concerned, and this is all because of the focus of Government of India shifted towards urban planning. The weightage given to the urban planning, even they have created a high-level committee in Niti Aayog to recommend the reforms in planning education and profession. It's a good sign for the profession, and we are encouraged with these decisions of the government. And I hope the state governments also follow, because urban development is, after all, a state subject. And we wish that all state governments, they follow the recommendations of the high-level committee created by Niti Aayog. Today we have 24 regional chapters, 7 regional centers. That is the third year of ITPI. Can you play the slides? Somebody can play the slides? The new initiatives taken by the present council are remarkable, and I am happy to share with all of you. Recently, last month on 3rd of Feb, we organized extraordinary general meeting for certain amendments in our old bylaws of ITPI. We have increased the number of the council members from 21 to 31, and we have reserved 3 seats for women planners in the council. And as to make it more inclusive, as per the directions of Government of India, we wanted to have some representation from northeastern states. So one seat in the council has been reserved for northeastern states also. So we started our journey in 1951 when 15 town planners, most of them studied abroad, they came back to India to start the urban planning and development in the country. They created a small group, and after that in 1951 it was registered under Companies Act as a no profit earning society. Long journey has been covered by ITPI, and today we have a strength of more than 9,500. Our objective is that to organize seminars, workshops, training programs, refresher courses, etc. in various states. Every year we organize a national conference. Recently on 3rd to 5th January, it was organized in Lucknow on the invitation of Government of Uttar Pradesh, and that event was sponsored by Government of Uttar Pradesh, fully sponsored by Government of Uttar Pradesh, with the efforts of the present Vice President of ITPI, Mr. Anup Srivastav. Then after the annual conference, we organized zonal conferences. All 24 chapters have been divided into 4 zones, and by rotation every chapter gets a chance to organize zonal conference of respective zone. And I am happy that after a long time it is being organized in Karnataka. Some of the senior persons are sitting in front of me. Mr. Anande Gowda, he was council member with us long back. Mr. Raju, he was chapter chairman when I came first time and met him. Then he was also the council member for some time, and they contributed so much in developing this Karnataka chapter, and few more people are to join, particularly Mr. Karigowda. Then we had Director School of Planning, Mysore, Professor Krishna Gowda. He was chairman of Education Standing Committee of ITPI for a long time. So besides organizing these events, sir, we take up the approval of courses run by various universities, institutions, colleges, as far as urban planning is concerned, and that is a 2-stage process. Immediately we issue the provisional approval, and after the course starts, our expert team goes there and they observe their activities, their curriculum, how their students are progressing, then interacting with the faculty members, and if they are satisfied, then we extend the final approval to such institutions. We were instrumental in creating new school of planning and architecture. We prepared the DPR for that. We recommended 4 SPAs in the country that time. Only 2 were approved, and finally lately Government of India decided that NITs shall be encouraged to start planning courses, and in that area many NITs have started planning courses. Besides 2 IITs, IIT Kharagpur and IIT Roorkee, NITs Patna, NIT Nagpur, NIT Jaipur, NIT Calicut, which is recently adjudged as the institution of national importance recently in the competition. So the process is on, and I hope the future of urban planning is now at the right place. Earlier this was a ignored sector by the government, not only the government of India, central government, it was ignored even by the states. Now, looking at the economic development of every state or country, they have realized that cities are ultimately engines of economic growth, and that is the reason the focus is on the urban planning and urban development. Next. This is the new initiatives. ITPI has created many subjective committees. Some of them were existing earlier also, and in the respective fields they prepare the guidelines and future line of action for ITPI, like professional standing committee for profession of planning, education standing committee, then we have building committees, because most of the regional chapters have their own building, but still we have long way to go. Now the third tier has also started. We already have one center at Udaipur, which has its own building. Second is Pune. Next, Pune center is also has its own building, and besides that 17 out of 24 chapters have their own building. Yesterday we saw at one point of time the Karnataka regional chapter building was the best in the country. Since I am associated very closely with that, and I think in 1999 we inaugurated that building. He is the key person is with us, and I am sorry to say, yesterday we visited the building. It's not in a good shape. So immediately our president, he was kind enough, he called the meeting of the executive committee, and he assured all the financial help required to recreate that old glory of KRC building. Next. So these are the some of the chapter buildings already they have, and they have a conference hall, library, chapter office, some place to get some revenue out of it, to make them self-sufficient, and they also organize various activities in the respective chapters. And recent addition in this is, one is at Naya Raipur, Chhattisgarh, and Chennai. Goa also, the building has been renovated and it's now beautiful building. All the members can use. They have a good guest house also, and it is available for all the members. And rest are in the list. Northeast already we have constructed in Guwahati. Andhra Pradesh, they have recently constructed in Vizag, though the headquarter of AP chapter is Vijayawada, but I think Vizag is more potential town as compared to Vijayawada, so they decided to construct it in Vijayawada. Bihar, we are in the process of procuring the land. Jharkhand, same. Kerala, we have already land with us, and yesterday we have asked the chapter chairman to explore the possibilities of construction on that piece of land. Next. These are the centers, third tier of ITPI. Udaipur building is first, and second is recently done the Pune center in Maharashtra regional chapter. Rest are in the waiting. Surat and Indore, of course the Puducherry, they have submitted proposals for procurement of land yesterday, and we are in the process of finalizing that. Next. So these are the achievements, and before that I would like to share with you what has happened in the last extraordinary general meeting. Certain amendments have been done in the bylaws. As you know that every year we had a tedious task of conducting elections for regional chapters as well as for the council. Now after the amendment, our elections will be biennial, so it will be every 2 years instead of every year, because lots of money was wasted, and moreover we were damaging the climate also. Climate in the sense, the amount of paper we were using in conducting the election, it was huge. And I estimated before taking the agenda to the extraordinary general meeting, we discussed that issue, and President Mr. Patel, he said, just calculate how much we spent in conducting the election. So my rough estimate was some 15-16 lakhs every year. It was huge amount. This was only for the council elections. Same process was being done by the chapters. So I personally feel that we will save something to the tune of 20-25 lakhs every year from this account. Secondly, all our publications are in digital format, now available on our website. Our journals, newsletters, even the technical papers which we compiled for the conference, annual conference, they are available online. We have stopped printing that. We are saving another 50 lakhs on that account. So it's a wonderful decision of the present council, as President has to address. So I am stopping my next slide. These are the initiatives. We are connecting with every member of ITPI through these flyers. We have created groups, ITPI Connect. More than 5,000 planners have joined that group, and every week or the moment any important decision is taken by the council or some event proposed by the chapters, they are uploaded on this ITPI Connect. So those who have not joined, they can also join the ITPI Connect to update yourself with the ITPI activities. That's all from my side. Thank you very much. Once again, my sincere thanks to all the members of Karnataka Regional Chapter organizing this zonal conference and reviving the chapter after a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep Kapoor sir, for those encouraging words, and also your appreciation of a revival of the unit. Thank you very much. Chairman KRC, Sri L. Shashikumar, has a BE in Civil Engineering and MTech from NITK Surathkal, erstwhile KREC Surathkal, and has a Master's in Urban and Regional Planning from IDS Mysore, another premier organization. He has prepared many planning documents during his tenure and has worked in various capacities in the Department of Town and Country Planning. Currently, he is working with BDA as Town Planner Member and Director of Town Planning. Welcome, Shri Shashikumar, for address as Chairperson on theme of the conference.
Honorable Additional Chief Secretary Rakesh Singh Saab, ITPI President, Vice President, Coordinator and Secretary General, and our Central Representative Dr. Munnar Saab, and all council members who are present here, and KREC members and officials from the department, as well as our senior directors and some college principals, students. KREC, after, as rightly pointed out by our Pradeep Kapoor sir, after a long time decided to host the South Zone Conference. So, for which we have taken concurrence from ITPI Council, and also the grateful to them, they have released some funds to organize this program. Thank you, sir, the chairman and our council members at the central, who have supported us for conducting this. Today, because of that, we are here today. After which, of course, I am grateful to our Vanur sir. He has given full guidance, and also he is initiated among us to do some conference in Karnataka, because we have not done anything before in the so many decades. So, I thankful to Mr. Vanur Sahab also. And in the short period, our council members, 3-4 members have taken a risk. That is Secretary Shankar, then Wadayar Sahab, Narad Gowda, and our treasurer Bhaskar. You have organized this, well organized this program without any hurdles. I am grateful to them also. As you are aware with this program, and another thing, the all first in the history of the chapter, all chairman, vice president, secretary general, and other office bureaus visited to our chapter building to take a view the conditions of the building, and they assured that they will definitely give some funds to renovate the building, and I think that will be announced by our President ITPI. I will not take much time. Today, I think all you are aware that the theme of this conference is retrofitting cities for climate change. There will be 4 sessions. Session 1 on urban past, present and future in South Zone states. Then some felicitation will happen to our senior achievers of the Department of Town Planning. Session 2 is climate retrofitting and empowering into Indian cities 2050. Then third one is climate insulated cities for the future with ICT and finance option. Fourth one is the concluding panel. This is our program. The schedule is already given to you. The details are there. Please go through it, and your support for success of this event is requested. Please feel free and participate in the discussions and raise your questions, anything to your speakers. Thank you once again for your participation.
Thank you, Chairman KRC, sir. President ITPI Shri Narendra Bhai K. Patel, sir, is an active urban planner and leading real estate developer of Ahmedabad. He is a civil engineer and has a master's in urban planning from CEPT University, Ahmedabad. He was president of ITPI during 21-22 and is serving as chairman NAREDCO. He is a founder of Real Estate Studies and Management Academy and actively involved in CREDI. Patelji has passion for planning profession, which has led him to be active member of the Board of Studies of CEPT University and many more institutions. Shri Patelji was recipient of many prestigious awards, including Inspirational Leaders of New India for 2013, conferred by Glory of Gujarat Award in Las Vegas in 2019, Gujarat Ratna Award and Lifetime Achievement Award in the last 5 years. Shri Patelji has passion for book writing, his books, a tool for making planning work for city development in 2019, sourcing land for development, issues and options, Steel Cities of India. He is present President of ITPI New Delhi. Welcome Shri Narendra Bhai G. K. Patel for his address. Welcome, sir.
Respected Rakesh Singh ji, our chief guest, dignitary on the dais and off the dais. As we know, after Gujarat or Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu, in last 2-3 decades, the Karnataka is coming a more urbanized states, and Bangalore, a Silicon Valley of India, is also developing very fast. And in that context, we have seen the floods at the Bangalore. We have seen in Chennai the same flood. So the most appropriate topic, particularly last year in G20 also, the climate change. Our Honorable Prime Minister has said that by 2070 will be the carbon zero. And in that context, still we are a developing city, developing country. So retrofitting is a must in Indian urban context. Brownfield development and our planning in last 30-40 years, the public mode of transport has been reduced and motorized planning we have started. We forget the NMTs, non-motorized transport road network. If we talk about in 2020, something about 30 trillion tons of carbon dioxide has been produced by only the cities. So in that case, today's topic is very contemporary. And as an urban planner, we are the prime professional who has to do something for the future, either at macro level of development plan or micro level of sector plan or TP scheme. We have to create number of the planning parameters which can help the climate change. Suppose I talk about the Rotterdam. Rotterdam, they had all the football stadium as a floodable square. So during the monsoon, the excess rainfall will be temporarily put into that basin. Similarly, the green corridor, we have to plan the green corridor to reduce the heat island effect. Similarly, I have not seen a single plan where in master plan you have thought about the solid waste infrastructure and their routes, and to create a landfill site is always an issue. Always in each city, this is the issue. So if you thought about the solid waste routing and infrastructure in your master plan, that will be a great thing. Similarly, there are a number of the things I can quote, and out of the 126 smart city, only 65 city has a standard green cover of 12 to 15%. And for that, as I said, green corridor are required. And again, if I talk about same 126 smart city, 43 city has a poor air quality. So overall, as a planning profession, either you are at junior level, mid-level, senior level, while doing any exercise, it is a need of the hour. We have to think about the climate change, how our planning tool and planning exercise can be more sustainable. And I am hopeful that today, with the distinguished speakers, their deliberations will be great and it will be helpful. And particularly when we talk about Bangalore, second is a traffic. So how the air quality of the Bangalore can be mitigated. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Patel sir, for your address as President ITPI. Rakesh Singh ji is the son of an IPS officer from UP cadre. He has a master's in psychology from Agra University and a LLB from Allahabad University. Sir joined IAS in 1989 and has served in various capacities in Karnataka as AC Bijapur, DC Hassan, Bijapur, Uttar Kannada. Sirji was Secretary to Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka during 2005-2007. Shri Rakesh Singh ji has also served in Government of India in various capacities and departments and in important positions. Currently, he is Additional Chief Secretary, in short we use in Karnataka as ACS, in the Urban Development Department, probably everywhere, UDD, ACS UDD, Government of Karnataka, with the additional charge of water resources development, and sir is also the administrator of BBMP Bengaluru. Request and invite Shri Rakesh Singh ji for his address as chief guest. Welcome, sir.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, my dear friends, fortunately my throat is very good, so I am limiting my observations. It's a great day, it's a very great day where the theme is extremely important and you have the benefit of your seniors whom you can interact, get blessed and get more learning. On this occasion, I just wish you a great conference for the day, a great help for the challenge what the urban cities of India and the world are facing. You have a great challenge and responsibility before you. All the best, do well, have a great day. Thank you very much. Thanks for calling me here.
We have to curse the bad throat, sir. Otherwise, we were looking forward to your address. Still, thank you very much for your best wishes. Sir has left indelible marks in many districts wherever he has worked. I particularly remember Hassan. He helped each and every department so much. We remember you, sir. Shantapa B. Honnur is the council member ITPI. He completed his post-graduation in regional planning from IIT Kharagpur, started his career from Mumbai Metropolitan Development Authority as transportation planner and joined Karnataka in 1983 as Assistant Director Town and Country Planning. Then he moved on to become Deputy Director, Joint Director and Commissioner of Karwar and Gadag Betgiri Urban Development Authority. Shri Honnur has worked for 2 years as In-Charge Director of Town Planning. Shri Honnur has done many professional activities during his service in the department. Shri Honnur was also past chairman of KRC Bengaluru. Presently, he is the council member of ITPI New Delhi and fellow member of IITI New Delhi. Welcome, sir, to propose a word of thanks.
Good morning, Karnataka, and good morning, South Zone members. I think we have come to an end of only an inaugural session. I think it's my duty to thank all the dignitaries on the dais, and more importantly, our senior members and former directors of town planning, and all the members of the Karnataka regional chapter. First of all, I think all of us know that today's main theme is retrofitting cities for climate change. We are planning for 2050. So it's a time. Now, first of all, I sincerely thank Sri Rakesh Jingji having agreed to grace the function and inaugurate the one-day South Zone Conference at Bengaluru in spite of his busy schedule. Thank you, sir, for having come over here. And secondly, I take this opportunity to thank the President, Sri Narendra Bhai Patel, ITPI New Delhi, who is behind us in organizing this South Zone Conference at Bengaluru. I sincerely thank for his support and guiding spirit at various stages of the preparation of the conference, and also having extended all possible help to the Karnataka Regional Chapter. Thank you, sir. And I would also extend my witness for his continuous guidance for the preparation of South Zone Conference at Bengaluru. More importantly, our Karnataka Regional Chapter Chairman, Sri Sasikumar, is also with us, and we have Sri Shankar, Secretary, for their continuous hard work to finalize the conference details in consultation with ITPI New Delhi. I thank them also. Our technical team headed by Dr. Sridharan and Dr. Gayatri, Sri Variyar, and all other members for their effort to design the entire one-day conference, and I thank them heartfully for their efforts to do this job. The efforts of Sri Bhaskar, our treasurer, Sri Narayan Gowda, Lakshmikant Pawar, Ramesh, Building Committee Chairman, Izaz Ahmad, Dr. Shankar, Sri Narsumurthy, all executive committee members who have cooperated and worked hard to finalize this South Zone Conference. And most importantly, I thank the resource persons, the experts who are going to deliberate the important issues today, and I thank them I thank them as well. ITPI Karnataka Regional Chapter have decided to honor our senior... Mobile. The ITPI Karnataka Regional Chapter have decided to honor our senior Director of Town Planning, and we are going to have it after 1 hour. And I thank them having come over here all the way in spite of their health and other issues. I thank them with bottom of my heart. Today there are faculties and students of various schools of planning, and thank them, all of them, on behalf of KRC. I appreciate and thank heartfully the officers of the Town and Country Department and BDA officers and officers from BMRDA, BBMP, KUDFC, and Director of Urban Land Transport for their presence. I sincerely thank the media persons who are here. With this, I thank each and everyone who are directly and indirectly, supported and guided this one-day conference of Bangalore. Okay. After this, I think the tea session will be there, and thereafter the technical session will continue. Please join us for the tea session.
We are taking a break at 11:25. Hope to come back by 11:45. 20 minutes break total. Networking and break for networking together with coffee and tea. Let's come back by 11:45. Thank you.
check, 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 check.
Welcome everyone to the session 1, that's the urban past, present and future in the South Zone states, Andhra.
Your attention please. Please settle down. I request to please settle down. And second request, please keep your mobile on silent mode. Okay, please. Yeah.
So welcome all to the first session on urban past, present and the future in South Zone states, Andhra, Kerala, Puducherry, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu and Telangana. In this, Dr. Chaipal sir, Chief Advisor, CMDA, former Executive Director, HUDCO, is the chairperson for this session. Jaipal sir has been a Senior Executive Director at HUDCO, New Delhi, and has been extensively involved in urban and regional planning, financing and housing of urban finance infrastructure, research and training in the housing urban development sector. I request you to please take the dais, sir. The panelists for this session, Mrs. Vidyulata J, who is the Director of Town and Country Planning, Andhra Pradesh. A graduate from JNTU, SPA Hyderabad, with a Masters of Planning graduation from SPA New Delhi in '94, she has joined the Directorate of Town and Country Planning, Government of Andhra Pradesh, and has decorated many esteemed positions in the department. She has served as Joint Director, Additional Director, and is currently serving as the Officer of Special Duty at Municipal Administration and Urban Development Department of Andhra Pradesh, and is the Chief City Planner for the Greater Vizag Municipal Corporation for about 7 years now. She is the first female to be decorated the cadre of Director in the state of Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. I welcome you, ma'am. Our next panelist, Shri S.R. Rajendran sir, a senior town planner with over 40 years of experience in urban developments, and he has graduated his bachelor's degree in geography from Government Arts College, Coimbatore, followed by PG studies in regional development and town and country planning from JNU and CEPT Ahmedabad. He started his career as a research associate at Gujarat Industrial Development Corporation and has his tenure at Madras Metropolitan Authority. He rose to the ranks to retire as a chief planner in 2014. I welcome you, sir. The next panelist, Mr. P.N. Rajesh, who is a senior civil engineer and a transport planner with over 25 years of experience, specializing in urban planning and transportation projects. Currently, he is serving as additional chief town planner in Thiruvananthapuram. He plays a pivotal role in implementing strategic initiatives for sustainable developments in Kerala. I welcome you, sir. Our next panelist, Dr. N.S. Shastri, who has a PG diploma from SPA Delhi. He has been a professor and has served as a director of IDS Mysore University, and he is retired after 36 years of his service. Post-retirement, he is still associated with the Administrative Training Institute, Mysore, training the current generation of young planners. I welcome you, sir. Our next panelist, Dr. Devendra Reddy, who is the Director of Town and Country Planning, Department of Telangana State. He has an experience over 30 years in various town planning departmental activities. He previously graduated from SPA Delhi. He has worked as a Chief City Planner for Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation as well. I welcome you, sir. Our last panelist, Mr. Sridharni, is the coordinator of Puducherry Center with graduation from College of Engineering, Trivandrum, and Masters from School of Planning and Architecture, Chennai. He is working in the Puducherry Government Planning Department from 2002 and is currently serving as a senior town planner. He is also currently pursuing his PhD from Shankaracharyam University, Kanchipuram. I welcome you, sir. The moderator for this panel, Professor Dr. Sridharan from School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, was the director of SPA Vijayawada, Bhopal and Delhi. He has a doctorate from RMIT under the leadership of urbanist Professor Dr. John Friedman. He is a member of many central ministries for Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and on urban and regional planning. I welcome Professor Sridharan to modify the session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Karthik, and welcome to all the panelists. First, let me request the chairperson to have a few words on that, and then we'll go. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the introduction. Very lavish. First, I could not make it whether it is me being introduced. Thank you. I am indeed proud to be with the co-panelists here. They are all esteemed professionals. We have all met sometime or the other in the past. We really I personally thank the ITPI for making this occasion to again meet here. Normally when we meet in Delhi, most of the meetings are held in Delhi. When we go there, then we are all scattered. We all go for shopping in the evening, run away, all those things happen. But here it looks we are able to spend some time together. Really thankful to both the KRC as well as ITPI. The theme, as already introduced in the morning, it's one of the very, very important current themes in the planning circle, not only in the planning circle, in all the circles. Every discipline today is trying to relate itself to climate change. That is the situation today. Even though there is no separate discipline as such in the name of climate change, we find everyone is trying to relate their discipline to climate change. And in that context, it's very, very timely and apt that this theme is being chosen for, particularly for southern region, which is one of the most vibrant in terms of urbanization. Since we have expert members on each state, I will not too much indulge in that. I would like to also listen from them. But there are some general points I thought which are common I would share for a few minutes. That's fine? That's okay. Thank you. Friends, we are all definitely in very, very critical juncture of urban story, global urban story. We are all already aware that we are more than half of the globe is now urban. And in another, by 2050, about 70% of the whole world will be living in urban areas. That's what UN Habitat projects. In fact, out of the 233 countries, UN has projected population, 105 have already crossed 80% urbanization level. Imagine out of 100 people, 80 people standing together and 20 being scattered in the whole country in rural areas. That's the way urbanization is taking the world by storm. Midst of this, we have India, the most populous country in the world. Just maybe 2-3 months back, we all thought it is China. Then suddenly news came, no, it is us, we. It's wonderful to hear that. Then also responsibility comes into mind. We have 33% of urban population. A billion population, that would add up to 40-50 countries of the world to put the total population. So much is there in rural, longing to come to urban. That's the way we know our country. Every one of us, we have a native place. We tell, I am from Coimbatore. If you ask, are you from Coimbatore? I will again tell, no, little away. 28 kilometers from there. Then again you will tell small town. Again you will reach a small village. We all came from there. All of us are from villages, 99% of us. Except our children who will not like that. That's the way it is. It is in this context we find anything that is going to be talked as urbanization, urban process, that's going to be based on India. We are determining the language, the vocabulary of urbanization in the world. The whole world is watching. All the 233 countries are watching what's happening in India. That is the dictionary of urban. That's the way we have reached the stage. Now, it's good, nothing wrong. We have a lot of people waiting to come to the city. What is wrong? After all, cities are identified with prosperity, more higher per capita income, better productivity, double compared to rural. So let them come. What is wrong in it? There is a small catch. Throughout the world, I am talking global, I am again not coming to our region, we will hear from our experts. We do find 75% of the entire fossil fuel consumption is in these towns, cities. And 70% of the entire emission is happening from these cities. So there is appear to be some problem. Well, it is good. They are all congregating together, creating agglomeration economies. It's all fine. But then there is a small problem appearing there, which we were not really noticing so far. Now we find it appears to be real. What we thought climate change is happening. So it is a real thing now. I'll help you. It's in this context, what is that planners can do? As I told you, it's everybody's. Thank you so much. I'll take again. So climate change is nobody's baby, but it is everybody's baby. What is that planets can do in it? Everyone wants to show that I am contributing something for it. What is that we can really contribute? As a town planner, we thought about this for the last 7-8 years. Please believe me, the word climate change was not there in our professional books maybe 10 years back. I'm just exaggerating. Please, even before that, maybe 5 years it is there. It was looking as though some physics, chemistry or biology, whatever it is. Now it has become the core of city planning. That is what the time requires. What is happening is, where from the emissions come, that 70% we said, that's coming from what is known as stationary buildings. In IPCC parlance, they call it as stationary buildings. Residential, industrial, everything. 31% comes from residential buildings. And another 14% come from transport. If planners are not doing this, what are they doing? We only arrange them. We only see them where they are located. How are they spatially spread? How are they linked? People move. This is what we are doing. Then this is our subject. So we have a moral and a greater responsibility. That's how it is really percolating into our discipline. We have started owning it as, I also have a responsibility in solving climate change problem. Now, in this context, there is also a feeling, this climate change, emission, all these things look very hi-fi to us. We are a simple country, yeah. We don't create so much of, I don't find so much smoke moving around in Bangalore city. It's all fine. What are you telling? It is a fact today that the emission per capita in developed countries, cities of similar size of Bangalore, they are emitting 20 times of what is happening in Bangalore, our cities. Similarly, the per capita emission from the people of developed countries, cities, it is 76 times of us Indians, our cities. That's the way it is happening, low income countries. Problem is, forget it, why should I get into? Unfortunately, this climate change phenomenon is affecting me more than them. Chennai, sir is there, I'm so happy to be, really, thank you so much sir for being here. He has taken such a commendable initiative for the city, Tirupurul. It's a beautiful city, you are all aware. There's the second longest coastline in the whole world. But in the last 100 years, if you see, Chennai did nothing. But in the last 100 years, we got a kind of very heavy rainfall 6 times. First time it was 1918. Second one of similar type came after 67 years. It does happen, isn't it? It does happen. So nobody bothered. Yeah, just 2 seconds more. Later we saw that the next one came in 2005, just after 20 years. The next one came after 10 years in 2015. And the next one came after 6 years in 2021. And even before we blinked our eyes, it came in 2023. We had to use boats in some places. This is the way. Though Chennai did nothing, it's a city in a low income country, the problem is universal. It's there with everybody. So we are tuned and we have to act. This is what is the requirement of the times. So this climate change as a phenomenon not created by you, but to solve it, you have to share a responsibility. I just thought initially I will tell this, I will share some more ideas little later after hearing our experts. Thank you at this stage.
Thank you, Dr. Jaipal. Thank you very much. Because we have a little bit of time constraint because the first session went off this thing. And also, something interesting, when we write something called retrofitting, this session itself have experts, which is like generative retrofitting. We have experts like Professor Sastry, who is an old person, myself, and also Rajendran. We are all old people now fitting along with others who are very good young people with there. That's a retrofitting what we are talking about when you put that.
Me too.
Still you are active. Okay. So this is one of the retrofitting. Why we introduced the concept of retrofitting for climate change is that something very interesting. Especially in South India, most of the states have got city, census towns coming up, especially from Kerala. We are coming from Andhra, now emerging in terms of Telangana as well. Okay, all the census towns are emerging very far. Why? Because of the three important things. One is East Coast Road, which is propelling the Andhra Pradesh quite a lot up to Tamil Nadu. Okay, beyond Tamil Nadu, up to the end of Tamil Nadu. Tuticorin. On one side, all the cities or towns have been being changed, which are prone for coastal. That's one thing. The second part, which is important, is, as I said, retrofitting. How do you fit in the climate change and other aspect which is already existing? How do you do that? That's what the question which I'm going to ask all of you. The second question, which is emerging, the hub in terms of economic growth, like Bangalore in Karnataka, also in Chennai, also in Kochi, okay, Visakhapatnam, Hyderabad, we are all seeing that how that expansion is occurring. It's through the financial growth as well as IT. This has been not by me, but by McKinsey has already brought out all these, the four sector, financial, IT, as well as health, and then the utilities, where we are, as a planner, we are a little bit on the lagging in terms of utilities. So how to address this issue, that's what another thing. Next is in terms of the coastal. You know, all along the coastal belt, almost 2,661 cities and towns are all along the coastal area, which are prone for any kind of thing, including, okay, sea going down, which had a case in case of Kochi, already had the sea level has been going down. Okay, so we are going to have that problem all along especially the eastern side. If it is how we are going to address that? So to discuss this, we have expertise from Andhra, from Telangana, as well as from Karnataka, Kerala, and Puducherry. So that's what we are trying to find out. So we start with Madam Vidyulata. We have two, first round and second round, we'll go for that. So please be brief to the point. The first point which I want to ask that, you know, Andhra has got the coastal line all along that. You have important, very old ports as well, like Vizag. And also disaster prone. Quite often, most of the things occurred in Andhra. So how do you address the disaster prone cities across the state that has a different size of population? Because you have Vizag, which is a metropolis, we have Vijayawada, and now Nellore is also becoming like almost like a metropolis. So how do you address this from the metropolis point of view, simultaneously with the class 6 town? What kind of, how you are going to manage it in terms of retrofitting and in terms of prone, disaster prone?
Thank you, sir. Very interesting, and actually I need to explain about this also. It is true that Andhra Pradesh is blessed with the longest coastline, almost 972 kilometers length coastline is there, and it is contributed and contributing a lot for the urbanization. As all of us know, urbanization is a double-edged knife. It will give the opportunities and it will pose the challenges also to us. In the similar manner, the coastline has contributed a lot for growth of the state GDP rate, and earlier ports were developed into a major cities, metropolitan cities like Visakhapatnam and other cities. And now several other cities also growing with the new port developments. Apart from that, due to the climate change, several areas are prone to cyclones and disasters also. To address these issues, in two ways we are working. One, while preparing the master plans, we are conducting the risk assessment studies, and we are identifying the prone areas, and with the help of land use maps, where the development can come, where the sensitive areas are there, how to protect them, and all we are incorporating in the master plans. When we are talking about the master plans, earlier the state was under the APTP Act, Andhra Pradesh Town Planning Act, which was taken from the Madras Town Planning Act 1920, under which we can prepare the GTP's general town planning schemes for the cities, and the remaining areas, indicative land use plans used to be prepared by the Director of Town and Country Planning. And the implementation responsibility lies with the urban local bodies and rural local bodies. Urban local bodies are well equipped with the man and machine, and they can implement the master plans very well. Whereas in the rural areas, in Gram Panchayat areas, expert planning officials are lacking. Due to that, devotion in implementing of the plan was lacking. So keeping in view of that, in 1975 we have brought the Urban Development Authorities Act into the force, and under which we have created the Urban Development Authorities, wherein urban local bodies and the surrounding regions are also part of it, and for the entire area we are preparing the master plans. And the responsibility lies with the urban development authorities.
Yeah,
like
probably I will ask you some more questions so that you can add on to that, please. And then try to. Sorry, I'm still becoming a professor. Sorry. Continuing with that, see, Andhra Pradesh is a granary for, especially for rice and also for chilies, for many things. Okay. Now it's a lot of agricultural area now getting converted in terms of urbanization. But urbanization is much lower level compared to other states within South. It's only 29% in 2011 thing. Now, at the same time, the urban agglomeration is very high. It's almost 58 urban agglomerations within Andhra. When you have this, now, just now what you said is most of the districts have become urban development authority. In 2050, how do you visualize that complete Andhra to be urban? Or how do you, because climate change is going to be affected in terms of your agriculture also, which is your food security. So how do you address that from the planning point of view? For 2050, how do you address this from the urbanization point?
Yes, sir. This, what I have explained was the past. And after 2014, all of us know that the Andhra Pradesh got bifurcated and Telangana state was separated, and after that we have taken up several reforms in the urban planning, and our planning acts were also changed, and we have introduced Andhra Pradesh Metropolitan Region Development Authorities Act, wherein we have taken care of the region. Since from the student time, we used to talk rural areas depends on the urban and urban areas depends on rural, and we have to provide the better linkage to the areas so that both areas will develop. Whereas without the urban development authorities, rural areas are having some other administration and urban areas are having some other administration, and the linkages are not taken care. With urban development authorities, it will come under one umbrella and we can provide the linkages because urban development authorities are self-sustained and they can implement the infrastructure projects well. So keeping in view of that, we have introduced many urban development authorities in the state. Almost our state area is 1.62 lakh square kilometers, out of which 86.5% of the area is now covered under the urban development authorities. As Sridharan sir well said, there is a threat of reducing the agricultural land. For that, we are taking care. Introducing the zoning regulations like at present in Andhra Pradesh Capital Region Development Authority, within the 500 meters area of the habitable area only we are allowing the layouts. Remaining agricultural lands are protected. So this is only one example. Likewise, we are fixing the zoning regulations while implementing the master plan and protecting the rich agricultural lands as well, and providing the facilities to the rural areas also by the urban development authorities. And we earlier we have the cadastral maps, and now we are preparing the GIS based master plans.
We'll come back on that particular thing. Now let's go to Karnataka. Professor Sastry, we have been ages, we have been pushing the agenda for regional planning, right from ideas to SPA, all the time. So I just want to ask you a question. You know, from the environmental point of view, there are 10 ecological zones, agri-ecological zones in Karnataka. We have the dry to the richest, everything we have that. What kind of future urban climate-friendly settlement structure you emerge in terms of thing? Because initially it was only with Bangalore and Mysore and Hubli Dharwad. Now it's going to beyond Bangalore also was there right from the beginning. So how do you think in terms of pushing the agenda for 2050, how to go back into the interior and how to build that particular thing in terms of settlement structure?
Thank you.
From the climate change point, because we have 10 zones.
Thank you. Initially, what we were supposed to discuss is about urban scenario of Karnataka. So I have prepared for one question and you are asking another question, but it is related.
That's being a professor.
So I have to discuss something about the present of Karnataka to answer your second question.
Sorry, within Karnataka only, there are some zones which are there. How do you address the issue in terms of the agroclimatic zone? How in future, in terms of regional cities and how it is going to emerge? Because even in the HLC also, they are talking about one issue in terms of Bangalore as well as Mysore. Okay, in HLC they are talking about it. Second, the Chennai-Mumbai corridor is going to be through Karnataka. Because already it is declared last week that Chennai to Bangalore corridor is going to be ready by maximum by December. If it is so, the corridors will be completely developed and changed in terms of urbanization. Okay, we have one corridor which is coming up, but beyond that point, how do you take it further in terms of settlement by 2050? Okay. That's all.
Before discussing the current point, I would just like to go back one. What has been predicted in the National Commission on Urbanization report? Let us go back.
Yeah, that's true.
This is what we are now discussing, the corridor pattern of development. Charles Correa imagined at that time that in future it is going to be corridor level development. Now we have seen the light of seeing the light of the day today, that we are talking of Bangalore Chennai or Mysore Chennai corridor, Ahmedabad Mumbai corridor, and you have a bigger corridor from Mumbai to Delhi. There's a much bigger corridor where a separate freight corridor is going to be planned. Okay, this is one aspect from NCU. Second one, This plenary session is a preliminary session for the next session of retrofitting of climatic cities. For the simple reason, all the effects of urbanization is going to affect our towns and cities, particularly the metropolitan cities. Imagine, Bangalore today holds something like 30% of our total urban population of the state. And this is a classic example of a primate city in Karnataka. Within 300 kilometers, it has not allowed any other cities to come up. Whereas the situation, I always envy Tamil Nadu for two reasons. He is the specialist from Tamil Nadu is there. You will think of Tamil Nadu, it has overtaken Maharashtra not only in the degree of urbanization. It stood first in 2011 census as far as urbanization is concerned. Second is Kerala. Nowhere it was there, it has come up second. And we are 3 states representing the first 5 states in the country, highly urbanized. Now, Tamil Nadu is one very good characteristics that it is not having a primate city characteristic, Chennai. You see, 300 kilometers away you have Salem, 400 kilometers away you have Coimbatore, 400 kilometers away you have Madurai, where everything is distributed, evenly distributed. So, in a climate change,
I think that they want us to speak on that. Rajendra is already raising his head. So let them speak on Tamil Nadu. Probably you can concentrate on Karnataka.
So corridor development is the one which is going to have greater impact on again Bangalore, not on other cities. Suppose if those corridors have been a secondary corridor, I would say, if it has been identified in northern Karnataka would not have lagging behind. The other corridor which has got highest potential is coastal corridor from Mangalore to Karwar. Lots of economic development are taking place in those corridors, and this is where the climate, we have to prepare for climate resilient city planning in Karnataka. Now, we talk of climate resilient planning. I have our department people from the Department of Town and Country Planning are here. In the present context of our act, can we do anything for climate resilient planning in the context of our Town and Country Planning Act? Unless the legal framework, which is crucial for any plan implementation, if it is not corresponding with the current development, we still have the 2004 Act as the main act, where it is guided everyone should prepare the master plan as per this act only. You cannot deviate, otherwise it will not be approved. So now, I would really call, if climate resilient city planning has to come in Karnataka, first that legal framework has to change. That is what my approach is.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's a good point which you raised in terms of a different perspective in terms of the legal dimension also. Now, linking to that also, what I want to ask you is probably you can also assess, and also Tamil Nadu can also talk about, and Western Ghats of Kerala also talk about. We have come out with the Western Ghats, and the Niti Aayog as a part of it, I was also there, and some people from Bangalore was also, Chitra was also there from there. How do you address the issue for the hill areas, especially the cities? Especially like emerging small towns, now it has become a big, like Coorg. When you go there, now there is a traffic jam. There is no proper development as well. Now, whatever is happening in terms of Shimla back in north, the same kind of problem is, or in Ooty, we had to close down many times. There is a landslide. Okay, so many things happening that way. So, is it integrated part of the thing in the future? Because the population is increasing in urbanization and they want to go there for recreation and other thing. So, how do you address that issue from the town planning? Because it's same problem in Andhra also, if you go to the western, Vishakhapatnam on the eastern side. Okay, it's a western side, it's the same problem. So, because you touched the very sensitive issue of Town Planning Act. And we have suggested, Niti Aayog has come out with that report also on that. So just one sentence if you can address that issue.
I'm happy that you touched about the secondary cities and the tertiary cities, second or class 3, class 2 and class 3 cities. How far these cities can play a role, it is even today and in future also, I am afraid that Bangalore is going to dominate. Unless the lead is given from Bangalore to disperse, to decentralize. I would tell you very frankly, as an academician, no sincere attempt has been made to decentralize any of these for other cities to grow.
Absolutely right.
I recall even today, 1990s, Ribeiro, the chief planner from TCP, he prepared a regional development plan. If that has been accepted by our government, much of our today's Bangalore problem would have solved, and it would have promoted the regional centers and other centers.
Yeah.
You touched about Coorg. I tell you, Coorg is going to face a serious ecological problem.
Already.
Because nobody has understood the carrying capacity of that particular town, which is not even a class 1 city, class 1 town. And weekend, as you said, it is not only flooded with vehicle, flooded with the people. They don't have infrastructure. As a result, all unplanned ad hoc type of resorts have come up. These resorts have got more ecological impact in the surrounding areas, not only Markera, but in the surrounding areas. Now government has realized, yes, serious damage is being done.
That's good. Thank you. Yeah, we'll come back to you. It's because the point which you came, in terms of centralization of Bangalore, that also has a same problem in Hyderabad. Probably we go back to Devendraji. It's a very unique thing because it's not that urbanized among the south. Telangana, when it was divided, okay, it had a problem. It is around 38% of urbanization in terms of that one. Now, it's a very hell. When the 4 major cities are there, rest of the things are all, and within that also Hyderabad is taking over. And especially the heat island, it's across Telangana. Whenever if you go across in the train or if you go even by road, the heat problem is made, especially it must have started already by now. I'm sure he must be cursing us to invite you at the time. At least Bangalore is quite good and cool. So I want to address that issue, how you address that climate change aspect. You have done excellent work in terms of solar and other thing. But how do you approach the entire Telangana from the urbanization point of view, especially from the heat island and heat thing? How the urbanization is going to be in future?
Thank you, Sridharanji. Before I get it into this, I will give a brief about the urbanization in Telangana. As you know, it's third state in terms of the percentages of urban population. If I am correct, Tamil Nadu is 48.45%, Kerala is 47.7%.
And then Pondicherry will affect us. Pondicherry is almost 68%.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
No, if we exclude Union Territories, I think. So Telangana is 46.8%. But issue is again, the Hyderabad is dominating in the entire population of the urban population. It's almost 50 to 55% of the total state urban population is now living in Hyderabad. So that's a serious concern for us. It's on one hand we say that Hyderabad is growing, Hyderabad has got a rapid growth. So when we invite the industrialists to come to Hyderabad, especially the IT companies, we say that Hyderabad is growing much faster than Bangalore. So for the economic activity side, for the inviting investors, that is a good thing. But as a planner, when we wanted to really plan that, that is a serious issues will come out of that one. So there is I'll give a small example of one pharma city. It's about, we have planned a pharma city, a cluster of pharmaceutical companies around Hyderabad in 78 square kilometers. It's a quite big area. It's almost 20,000 acres. But this was planned by the earlier government. So now what the new government wants is that, so instead of concentrating everything in and around Hyderabad, so let us disperse this activity into smaller industrial clusters, maybe we will have one pharma city instead of one pharma city. We will have a smaller industrial pharma villages. Villages across the districts may be quite far away from Hyderabad, with some sort of a public transport connectivity to Hyderabad so that people can also come. So this is one small example how the government is thinking, not only Hyderabad, but they are looking at a Telangana as a whole, trying to plan in such a way that there will be some sort of a dispersal activity outside Hyderabad. So coming to the Hyderabad thing, so since we cannot prevent somebody to come to Hyderabad, or we cannot stop that thing. So we have planned actually there is a plan called Telangana Urban 2050. We have just started about, since this new government came, so we started that activity. So as a part of that one, entire Telangana urban areas are being planned, and Hyderabad also we are coming up with a 2050 plan. So one of the element of that plan is that blue and green infrastructure plan for specifically for Hyderabad. So that will address some of the issues. I'm not saying that that will address 100% of the climate change issues, but to some extent we are trying to get into that. And we have also given specifically to the consultant, whoever is preparing that blue and green infrastructure plan, also look into the urban heat island effects of particularly those major metropolitan cities like Hyderabad, Warangal, those two cities. We asked them to study that one. So this is for the future which we have to do. So retrofitting, I think I have already told earlier that in earlier conference, like we have got a cool roof policy which we have done last year, and we ourselves fixed big targets for the state. So how much roof area we have to do that.
Is it covered to the entire state or
entire
only?
state?
Okay.
In fact, you might be knowing one place called Ramagundam. It's a coal mine
Ramagundam
area.
is supposed to be the hottest.
So now with the help of Singareni Collieries, so we are doing cool roof for the entire Ramagundam city.
Okay.
So before this summer sets, maybe April ending or May 1st, so we will try to complete that. And Google is helping us to monitor that temperature difference. They have certain tools developed by the Google as a part of their climate change program. So that also we are taking the help from the Google and see how best we can, whatever we have done, whether it is yielding good results or not. Yeah. So in addition to that one, we have already few things like energy conservation building code, which we are already adopted in commercial buildings, and the new one, Econivas Samhita, for the residential buildings we have not yet done, but we are going to start implement that in our building rules.
So you meant to say that by 2050, if I'm alive, then if I come to Telangana, I'll be the happiest person to come.
Hopefully.
Yes, sir.
Sure, definitely, I think.
That's good, fantastic to see that. And that also gives back something from the hot area. I want to go to something very interesting aspect, dimension of it. Madam has already talked about what is we are covering all the district in terms of Urban Development Authority. We had an experience in the case of Kerala, where has come out with a decentralized planning, both for climate change as well as everything. They are including the master plan also, it's climate change has brought in. So I'll bring to you, I mean, the different dimensions of that, Sir P. N. Raj. One of the problem which Kerala is facing is declining rural population, minus 28%. Okay, now that means it's more urbanized. Already it's the second highest after Tamil Nadu in terms of this one. Now, how you have the three kind of people, I mean three kind of region. One is called the coastal and the middle and the hill. How do you go into, because most of this is concentrated in the coastal, okay, in terms of cities, which is hot and prone for this one, and also sea level rising is happening. On the other hand, you have the hill which is having a problem. We have the floods in Kochi because of that. So how do you assess these things for 2050? Because you already had a 2009 or 2002, there is a strategy, urban strategy for Kerala. Now the new strategy is being formed by Mr. Ramachandran and others. So how do you address this for 2050 for the future? How to integrate these two in terms of urbanization? Because there is only one planning act for both the three. How do you address that issue?
Thank you, sir. Professor, actually I was thinking what question Professor will be asking, because like in college days, what is the next question is going to come from the professor, I was thinking. So coming on to the Kerala contest, it is much different from most of the states actually. The rural-urban continuum is very prominent in Kerala. Actually, you cannot find, when you go from an urban area to the rural area, actually you cannot find a pakka rural area in the state. So as soon as you go, you just find the next urban area. So if you look at the major cities itself, around 72 kilometers to 80 kilometers, you find each and every towns, bigger towns coming up, like Trivandrum, Kollam, Malappuram, Kottayam, Cochin, like that. So the interesting fact is, if you see the last 40 years of urbanization, the urban population density from 2,500 has come down to 2,100. So that actually, if you look at the total density, it's around 800, 506, 600 to 800, 840, something like that. So the total population density has increased, but the urban population density has decreased. So that is actually a very different phenomena in which the urban sprawl is happening in Kerala. So if you take the corporations, the core area is getting decongested and the density is coming less, and whereas the suburban area is getting more and more congested. But the population density is not very high. So there is a need for looking into the type of development, what is the urban pattern that is we are going to face. If you look at the Western Ghats, it's one of the oldest mountain ranges. When you compare with the Himalayas, it's much younger. Western Ghats is very old. So there is a lot of vulnerability to that area. So after the 2018 floods, the government of India has thought, government of Kerala wanted to have Rebuild Kerala initiative. Under that, we wanted to have a resilient Kerala program. In that, the Town Planning Act was amended to incorporate risk information into the act, and then preparation of all the master plans are going to be considering the risk information integrated into the plans. So that is one area where we have done a little about the resilient part of it. Second thing is basically, I was talking about the urbanization part. When you talk about the urbanization, there's a lot of factors that is contributing to that. For that, we have been discussing at various levels. Now we have the Kerala Urban Policy Commission that has been formed to address this, to understand and address this issue, wherein for the commission is going to sit from 4 to 7, in which each of the departments, each of the various eminent persons will be presenting to the commission how the urbanization, what is the trend that is we have to follow, what is the type of development we should do, where the land that is paddy or wet land, whether we should go in for changing that land use. So many things are going to be discussed by the commission and come out with a strategy of how the policy has to be evolved, and then from the policy to strategy to the act and rules for implementation.
Okay, if time permits, I'll get back to you, because this is a very major concentration. You just think about it, then we'll discuss it either the time or after that. See, Kerala has got the big middle, that is class 3 is the major one. Whereas you have in the top level is only 2, 3, which is there, it's called Trivandrum, Kochi and Calicut thing. So how do you address that issue, because it's going to become bigger and the lower one is going to be bigger. So how do you address it? You don't have to answer it right now. We'll go back after the next round, we'll talk about that. That also gives back one more, sir, if you don't mind, can you give it to the marginalized state or your union territory? Sorry. Okay. Now, why I want to bring in there, because it's also a part of your Tamil Nadu. So that's why I want to try to bring in. It's an island by itself. It may be separate this thing, but it's an island by itself. What is going to be very historical? As strong as Tamil Nadu, as strong as anything. Pondicherry is quite thing. Now, the biggest problem which you also have, there are 3 islands. Not just one place, Pondicherry, but 4. Sorry. Yeah, that's right. Thank you for correcting. So there are 4 places. How do you address that climate issue? Because you have the coastal area, which is sea level is going down. We have the lot of problem in Pondicherry itself. And how do you assess it? Mayhem and other places, the other 3 more places. 1. Second, you have a constraints in terms of land. So, in future, I'm talking about 2050, okay? What kind of our future generation, what kind of bequeath they will get from urban issue?
Thank you, sir. Actually, I am representing 4 states, okay? Tamil Nadu, Pondicherry, Andhra Pradesh and Kerala. We have 4 quadrants, 4 places in the administration of Pondicherry. And unfortunately, in Kerala, we have only 9 square kilometer. And it is almost urbanized. So we don't have any scope for any development or anything there. And in Andhra Pradesh, Yanam region also, we have only 30 square kilometers. It is also almost urbanized, 100% urbanized.
In fact,
it is saturated.
Advantage of industrialization.
Yeah, it is
heavy
saturated.
Industrialization in those places.
Yeah, no.
That's
Kakinada. Not much industry, but now it is all fisheries.
Lot the benefits
fisheries oriented industries are coming up actually. Because earlier there were some Regency ceramics and all. Now it is closed, and now it is totally depending on fisheries. And because of the natural disaster, now the government is having a proposal to construct a retaining wall along the Godavari river and all. For that, even ministry has given the approval. So to avoid the flooding, because every year we are getting floods there. So for that, we are now going to construct the wall along that, and that will safeguard the Yanam.
So that will be sufficient for 2050 as well?
We think so, sir. Because
is it so?
Is it so? Because the only thing is we need to increase the density in these areas rather than new developments. Because there is no scope for new development because area is almost saturated. And for Karaikal and Pondicherry, we have another problem now, because the government has come with a policy that any land use change can be done with the approval of a committee, that is the Town and Country Planning Board, under the chairmanship of Chief Minister, and they can get the land use change converted in 1 month by paying an amount. So now almost all the agricultural lands are being mutilated and being converted for either industry or residential layouts.
So that's also getting converted into...
Really?
Yes, yeah.
Now, in 1982, we had nearly 47% of agricultural land in Pondicherry. No, 53%. 53% of agricultural land in Pondicherry. And today, it has come to 23%. All the lands are being converted into plots, but there is no development. To say that there is no development, there not even one houses have been constructed. Only the plots have been converted just for escalation. Just for escalation, it is kept. Because of the tourism attraction, every weekend we are facing the traffic problem.
Yeah, that's
so. That is not being addressed by the government. That is not being addressed by the government. And Puducherry is known as Vedaburi in the olden days. That's a place of learning. Place of learning. We have nearly 8 medical colleges in 300 square kilometers.
Added to that, you have town planning chapter also.
We have one university and private colleges. It has mushroomed like anything. Now
so that's going to be the future trend in terms of because propelled by the medical plus other things.
It's going to be an education hub. That's all. That's what we are planning actually.
Okay.
So for that only these plots are being created and kept as idle.
Oh. So thank you. Yeah, we'll come back again if the time permits.
Along the coastal area, now we have started reclaiming the beaches.
Okay.
Because the beach erosion was there.
Very
now
severe
we have
erosion.
The groins, and then we have reclaimed the beaches now. We are slowly getting it.
Okay.
The beaches are being reclaimed in Pondicherry and Karaikal also.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
That's a... Sorry?
No, lands cannot be reclaimed. I don't know. No. Beaches for the attraction of the tourism. Tourism.
So that's a big question. Probably we will not be immediately.
No, it also protects the city, sir.
It's
Because
a protest.
it's just along the last beach road. Up to that, erosion
all
has
along
come
that.
up.
Yeah.
So now we are now going inside the sea now.
That also push some other different dimension to it. Okay, we start with Mr. Rajendran. It's a very good that you started with that how this kind of island, like 4 places, how you are handling it. It's not only about the climate change, it's also about the governance, which as planners we need to address that issue properly. Because same problem we have in DNH, Dadra Nagar Haveli, also same DU. How do you handle that? It's a big question, which this kind of places, which is something unique. How do you handle it from the town planning? Is something. We got back to Tamil Nadu. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No issue.
I know. When Paship discussed about it, raised that issue. The first question which I want to ask you, again, the same problem, like what's happening in Kerala, you also have the 4 major cities. Now, after these major cities, you have class 5 and class 6, which is a big belly. Now, in future, in terms of census towns, in terms of expansion of urbanization, in one stroke, most of the villages have been converted into urban. You know the whole story behind it. How do you address this retrofitting from the climate change for 2050? That is one particular question which probably I will address that issue to you. Okay? Then we'll go back to some other question which added to that.
Thank you, Dr. Sridharan. Thank you, Chair and respected audience. See, the climate change, as rightly pointed out by our chairman, is now in everybody's blood, in the sense the climate change, particularly with respect to Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu historically had an advantage of in urbanization, that you all know the history. So, because of that, as well as the colonial advantage period, many cities have urbanization has developed in during the colonial period. This effect, fortunately, Tamil Nadu has got not only more population, urbanized population, and also the Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4, as rightly said, Class 4 and 5 cities. There are many cities with the size of the Tamil Nadu and the population. They are evenly distributed. Not, the population is concentrated on, Tier 1 or Tier 2. So, to avoid the problems of urbanization, as I feel that we should equally give due importance to the regional plan. Because unless until you don't concentrate on the regional plan with respect to the urbanization, it's very difficult to avoid the urbanization. Because urbanization is going to grow, I believe, until this end of this decade, 2100. Until that time, our Indian cities, irrespective of the area, going to grow much. Particularly in more than South India, in North India, it is going to be a more issues. So in a way, they have an advantage to correct their strategy of preparing the master plans and regional plans, and create out of box ideas, so that we can avoid the problems in the near future. Coming back to Tamil Nadu, see, now we don't have a very serious plans for class 4, 5 towns. So it is high time that we should prepare the plans for these towns. See, what we are doing is, we are only, in many of the cities, particularly in our place, we are only doing the, what you call, crisis management. Because now we, encounter the problems and now trying to, find solutions. Instead of that, what we have to do is any major developments, the promoter has to be advised to, not advised, it should be legalized to create a equal open space within the state. So that whenever, whatever they try to develop in the city, equal area of open spaces or green spaces should be developed elsewhere. And also, instead of merely giving, FSI, what we, of late, what we have thought, giving more FSI can solve the major problems of cities. But I don't think so it is going to solve the problem, because once upon a time, everyone was thinking that we should have a compact development. I do, thinking that, okay, the compact development may, give us solutions to our urban areas. I don't think so it is going to solve our problems. So instead, we should go for a linear development, in the sense, because the advancement of transportation and thanks to, the natural colors, disaster like, corona, has made the entire working style of our, working style. So now the mobility on the working has come down, and there is a lesser pressure on the transportation, the work to home. So by developing the linear development, going back to our idea, develop more transportation networks, so that you avoid the concentration of settlements, so that we can avoid urban problems. So my humble suggestion is to equally concentrate on the rural areas, because and in India we cannot avoid the the push factor and pull factor, because we all know that the urban areas are engines of economy. So we continue to have urban areas continue to pull the rural population. So, and the change of agriculture system, because there is very, hardly, there is a lot of problem in unemployment.
Yeah, just I want to tell you something, because which is common for all, and especially for your case, what has happened, I am not talking about Andhra, or not talking about Karnataka, or there's a problem here in Telangana also. So there's a declining agriculture. It is not by me, but it's by the executive, governor of RBI has mentioned about it in the case of Tamil Nadu. It's a decreasing thing. But at the same time, almost all the states have ambitions for 1 trillion, 2 trillion for the future. By 2036, by 2050, they want to have 1 trillion, 2 trillion cities, which has to come from the cities only. Okay? Almost all the states are thinking in terms of the first agenda is that. So there is a conflict, or there is a contestation between climate change as well as the economy. So that is one. The second point which you said, regional issue, as well as the rural you are talking about it, we have got, now the government of India has already advised all of them to go for RETROFITTIng guideline, something like UPDFA guideline, which also to address the issue of climate change and all. Nobody has touched that so far. Okay, so how do you address this? Two last question for just one sentence, please. Don't go into the detail, okay, because already I got a message from them to close, because we have a very important thing. One, how to address these two in one sentence for 2050, for this 1 trillion or 3 trillion 2030 or 2050, whatever they are planning, through urban in 2050. Any one round, please? You can start off with that, Pondicherry. One sentence, please, not more than that. It's like a bullet
So the development control rules should be area specific, sir. It should not be
area based,
not state throughout the
but
state.
they also come out with local area plans.
No. But development control rules now we are
Okay.
following.
Thank
the
you.
rules has to be
That's
area specific.
Okay.
It should not
Yeah.
be throughout the state or
Sure.
something like that. Yeah.
Next, please.
If we have to face the 3 million economy and whatever it is to be third in the world, our cities have to be equipped with basic infrastructure and some bigger cities like advanced infrastructure where mobility is a crucial issue. Mobility is a crucial issue which has to be addressed if we want to see that cities are going to be livable.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. From Andhra.
Sir, through
please.
development control regulations only, we have to regulate the development around the census towns or the big towns. Like I already have told, we have kept the condition in our master plans within the 500.
So you leave behind all
Yeah.
the secondary and third
and
cities.
we have to protect the rich agricultural lands.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, Mr. Rajan.
Creating employment opportunity, outside urban area. I don't know whether you shift your industries or you put the new investment in elsewhere.
Okay.
Actually, we should think about where we should build, where we should not. That's a very high time that we should reorganize the urban areas, wherein in the urban areas itself we have open pockets and forests. The density of population should not be so high. Even if it is a very big city, we don't have to be very congested. So there are two approaches to it. We can think about it in the respective states and then come out with ideas. There is no need for a common agenda for that. I think each state has to have has a different climate. So each state has to think of its own and come up with it.
Yeah, please, Mr. Devendra.
I think the dispersal of activities to the tier 2, tier 3 cities at the same time without losing focus on the prime city, because that is the main city of attraction of investment. So you have to make some sort of a balance between those two.
Okay, the last round, please keep it.
Okay.
I'm not leaving you.
Okay.
Is to start off from this side, the last question for our session. Okay, before I give it to the chairperson. In the case of, we have been doing so many things have been happening in the country in terms of economy, in terms of so many things. The climate change has become from the global to local to every level. In terms of capacity building, not only about town planning, but also as a part of the climate town planning, how do you bring in the climate change capacity building program for your own states?
I think the first and foremost will be there has to be this climate change.
Because you're the main leaders for that.
Yeah, climate change aspects have to be brought into the legal framework. So whatever the plans under which the legal framework which we are preparing it, so that has to be brought into that. Then the next part will be like the capacity building of the officials and other things will come. Yeah. But without the legal basis, I don't think we can really put it into that.
Yeah, please.
Capacity building in the local level is very important because they are the persons who are preparing the plans. So we have a program of before starting of the preparation of master plan to educate the elected representatives, all the line departments, what the master plan is, how that master plan is going to contribute to the development. Rather than being a regulatory document, how it can be used as a development tool for bringing their towns for development. That area, we are concentrating on that, and a lot of programs are aligned with respect to that.
Thank you. Because you're also talking, Rajesh is quite good in terms of doing it, even taking this capacity building in the schools as well. So we have to be really thankful to him for doing that for town planning for the grown. Yeah, please, next please.
I would say our institute has got a critical role taking the states and government of India into confidence that how the planning, rural as well as urban planning is very important for the years to come.
Yeah, please.
So in capacity
just one
building,
sentence, please.
Yes. Capacity building shall be given importance, and both the planning professionals and stakeholders shall be involved, and continuous think tankers shall work think tank shall work continuously,
Thank
and
you.
time to time modifications or amendments
Yeah.
to be taken up to the
Thank you very
development
much.
control
Yeah.
regulations.
I agree, capacity building is a crucial factor, and in future we have to focus on our curriculum to address the emerging issues, forget about the old issues.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Capacity building should include the not only the planning and planners, but also the implementing agencies and the stakeholders.
Yeah,
Please.
thank you very much. I'm really thankful to each other. Please seated. I have to tell to the chairperson to say something. Yeah. Now that you have heard all of them, okay, I'm really sorry that we cannot open the session. Okay, but at the same time, you can also tell one more when you are concluding your quick one, because already we got a call. So please.
Thank you so much. First of all, I should not miss in the last minute. Thanks to the moderator. He has literally conducted it like his class in all the SPAs, because asking questions. Anyway, it was nice again listening to him all this. What the conclusion that I was just noting, very nice points. Really I feel enlightened in terms of the Southern Journal. In terms of, again, I'm thanking the ITPA for arranging this kind of, very decentralized this one. Three things I noted. One is that what we really need to address climate change in cities is that our plans should be responsive, understanding each city what kind of problem it is facing, how is it going to address. Number two, it should be responsive, responsible, and resilient cities. That is the way we will have to evolve them. That only will make all of us to lead a comfortable cities in future. Thank you so much once again. The panel members would be available during lunch time also. So I request you to interact any questions. We have our senior members. We respect them so much. So it's not proper to make them to wait anymore.
Thank you very much for the entire South is here. Okay, so thank you very much for this. Each one of you, I'm really thankful to this. So don't consider that I'm a professor to you.
Thank you.
May I request ITPA Karnataka chapter chairperson, please, Mr. Devender. Yeah, sir, you have to see here, sir. You have to sit down, in fact, if possible. Please give a big. Thank you. Sir, we have to be quick, sir. We request Mr. Honor. Yeah, पाइए sir. to Professor Sastry. Sir, आप साइड में आ जाइए सर. Yeah. Sorry. Big clap, please. Otherwise, you won't get lunch. Yeah. Yeah, madam. Gayatri. Yeah, please come, madam. Yeah. May I invite Dr. Gayatri to Vidyulata ji. Yeah, come this side, please, and then please see the. Dr. Jaypal, please. Yeah. Yeah. Mr. Vadiyar. To honor Mr. Sidarani. Yeah, Mr. Hey, come this side, please, Vadiyar. Vadiyar, come here. Vidya, come this side, yeah. Otherwise, you can't see scene. Yeah. And may I request the chairperson, Karnataka's Chapter 2, by the chief guest. Yes, Dr. Jaypal, yeah, please. Yeah. You have to come in line. Yeah. It's over. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for all the panelists and also the chief chairperson of this session, and also thanks to all the participants. Yeah, sorry. All my guests here. So over to Mr. Shankar, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Now it's the time for honoring our former directors of town planning and senior officers. Sir, chair. Keep ready, one by one. Another 8. Hello, may I request our Honorable President N.K. Patel ji sir to come and take the dais. Vice President sir, Anupam Srivastav sir. Anupam Srivastav. It's not there, okay. Secretary General VP Kulshrestha sir, please come sir. And then our Chairman Dr. Shashidhar sir. First I may request Shri Galgali sir. Okay. May I request Shri Karigowda sir, Director during the year 96 to 98, to kindly come and take the chair. And I request Ramesh CC,
Ramesh CC to, okay. Honnur sir to, Honnur sir to felicitate him. May I request Shri B.R. Raju sir to please come on the dais. Vadayar sir, please. May I request Galgali sir? May I request Galgali sir, Director during the year 91 to 93, to kindly. Yeah.
Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ sir, ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. No problem. May I request Anandegowda sir?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, Bunny please. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
ಚೀಜು ನಾವು ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಕರೀಲ
ಇದ್ದಾರೆ
ಅದೇ ಇವ್ರು ಲಾಸ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ಸಿದ್ದೀರಾ May I request G.J. Nayak sir to please come.
Yes, sir.
ಆಯ್ತು ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಇದೆ
Yes, ready, sir. No, sir. No, sir. Thank you.
One ನಿಮಿಷ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಸರ್. Afterwards we can take one single photo.
Yes, sir. No. Yes, ready, sir. One more, sir. Yes, sir.
May I request Sri Chiknajaya sir? Sir, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, ready, sir. Yes, sir. One more, sir. One more, sir.
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Sir, sir, will you show? Sir, you can pull it. Sir, photo though, sorry, sir. Yes, sir. One more, sir. One more, sir. Yes, sir. Ready, sir. Thank you, sir.
Otherwise, I would have collected the biodata of each one of them. Would have announced that. Picture,
Okay, okay, okay.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
May I request Professor Dr. Krishnagowda sir to please come. Sir is instrumental actually in School of Planning and Architecture, Mysore. Please come, sir.
Yes, wait, sir. Wait, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Smile, sir. More, sir. Smile, sir.
Sir. Bani, sir. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ ಸರ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ ಇದು ಲಾಸ್ಟ್ ಇದು
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
After this we will break for lunch.
Yes.
Yeah. Photo.
Then next session will be at 2 o'clock.
That, yeah.
2 o'clock.
Okay. Soon after the lunch, everybody will assemble.
But
here.
give the time. 2 o'clock.
Ready, sir. Ready, sir. Zapani, sir. Zapani, sir.
Now it is
Yes, ready, sir. Okay. Yes, sir.
Please come, sir. Yeah, now please come, sir.
It's okay. It's okay. Yes, ready, sir.
Yeah.
Rangesh, sir.
Okay, ready.
Rangesh?
The camera ready. Okay, ready, sir. Yes, ready, sir. Sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, ready, sir. Okay, wait. Sir, yes, the camera, sir. The camera. Yes, ready, sir. Yes, sir. Ready, sir. Okay. Sir, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿ ಸರ್ ಕ್ಯಾಮ್ರಾ ನೋಡಿ. Okay, sir. Okay, ready. Smile ಇರಲಿ ಸರ್. One more, sir. One more.
Yeah. It's over, na? Yeah, thanks, sir. Lot of thanks. Yeah. We are winding up this session. The lunch is arranged at coffee shop. That is next to the reception. One floor above this. We kindly request all of you to break for lunch and reassemble at 2 p.m. in the same hall. Thank you. ಮೇಲೆ ಹೋಗ್ಬೇಕಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೀನಿ ಕಾಫಿ ಶಾಪ್ ಅಂತ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ರಿಸೆಪ್ಷನ್ ಅಂತ ಒನ್ ಫ್ಲೋರ್ ಅಬೌವ್ ದಿಸ್ ಬಿಟ್ರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ನಾನು ಬ್ರೇಕ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಮುಂಚೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ನಾನು ಸ್ಲೋ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ
ಇರಲಿ ಏನಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಇನ್ನು One minute, please. 1 minute, please. Yeah. See, I am grateful to the ITPI, the executive members of this body. In fact, the existing building which you are looking at, School of Planning Architecture, 1/3 of that amount should be donated by BMRDA through Sri S.B. Onnurji, and on behalf of all the delegates and members of this body, I should be grateful to Sri S.B. Onnurji. I think this is the rarest donation which we got it to establish that the construction of building SPA Mysore. Thank you. Thank you. All of you please join us for lunch near reception. Okay? ಕೊಡಿ ಬ್ಯಾಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಕೊಡಿ ಪರವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ ನಿಮಗೆ
So before I could call upon the chairperson onto the dais, I would like to give a brief intro about the person. So now I would like to welcome Dr. V. Thirupugal, who is the retired officer from Indian Administrative Service in the rank of Additional Secretary to Government of India. After joining the civil services in 91, he served in various district assignments as Assistant Collector, District Development Officer and District Collector before he was posted as Joint Chief Executive Officer of the Gujarat State Disaster Management Authority. In addition to his contribution in Gujarat Earthquake Reconstruction and Disaster Management Initiatives in Gujarat, as Joint CEO, Additional CEO and CEO of GSDMA, he has held several senior positions such as Commissioner and Secretary Rural Development, Commissioner of Information and Secretary to Chief Minister in Government of Gujarat. He has also served as Senior Advisor in Nepal Planning Commission and Senior Advisor for Nepal National Reconstruction Authority, following the massive 2015 earthquake in Nepal. In Government of India, he served as advisor, policy and planning in the National Disaster Management Authority, New Delhi. He was instrumental in preparing the first ever National Disaster Management Plan. He played a key role in preparation of several national guidelines, such as guidelines on minimum standards of relief, guidelines on preparation of heat wave action plan, guidelines on management of thunderstorm and lightning, national guidelines for preparation of action plan for cold wave, disability inclusive disaster management and temporary shelters, to name a few. He received his PhD in disaster management from the Australian National University in Canberra. Currently, he is the chairman of the Advisory Committee for Mitigation and Management of Floods in Chennai Metro. Now, may I request everyone to give an applause, and sir, can you please come over onto the dais? Thank you, sir. Now, we have two sessions in this particular event. It is the urban and coastal floods is the first presentation, wherein we have two speakers, and then the second one is gender and vulnerable groups and planning, and we have three speakers for that. So we will start up with the urban and coastal floods. And now I would like to call upon Dr. Amir Ali Khan from NIDM New Delhi onto the dais, sir. I'll just give a quick intro on the works that Dr. Amir Ali Khan has done. He is currently working with National Institute of Disaster Management, Ministry of Home Affairs, Government of India, as faculty and head of Resilient Infrastructure Division. His area of specialization is resilient infrastructure. Dr. Khan is a civil engineer and an urban planner with a PhD on urban earthquake risk mitigation. He has also studied in University of Geneva and secured a postgraduate diploma in studies of geological risks. In addition, he has been trained as part of the international organizations on the subjects related to disaster risk management and mitigation in Asia and Europe. Dr. Khan has more than 2 decades of experience of working in these areas at national, regional and international levels for program development and management, knowledge management and communication, capacity enhancement and leadership building and networking, etc. Dr. Khan, with his experience, he has an experience and has got over 100 publications in national and international journals, conferences, and about 30 professional reports to his credit. Dr. Khan has widely traveled both national and international levels for various professional activities, including all the programs. Thank you so much, and over to Dr. Khan for the presentation. Sir, maybe after the presentation, we can just have one-on-one.
How it is organized. Introduce this.
I was asked. So, after the presentation. All right, yes. Sure. 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 That's fine. Can I request the second speaker of the session, Dr. Rajarshi Das Bhaumik. Dr. Rajarshi is an assistant professor at the Interdisciplinary Center for Water Research at Indian Institute of Science. He is also associated with the Water Resources Engineering Group at the Department of Civil Engineering at IISc. Dr. Rajarshi has earned PhD in Civil Engineering from North Carolina State University in Raleigh, USA. He is a former postdoctoral fellow at the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology. Rajarshi is researching in future climate change, weather extremes and flood forecasting. He has received a prestigious Inspired Faculty Fellowship from the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Rajarshi is part of Bangalore Urban Flood Forecasting Model developed at IISc in collaboration with CDAC Pune as part of National Supercomputing Mission. All right, sir. Sure. And for the second program on gender and vulnerable groups in planning, I would request Sri Appal Naidu, the Ashoka Fellow and the Hindu to kindly come on to the dais. T. Appal Naidu, he is a principal correspondent at the Hindu, Andhra Pradesh and Ashoka Fellow 2022, based in Kakinada in Andhra Pradesh. He is presently covering Godavari region, coastal communities, consequences of coastal erosion and displacement of tribes from Polavaram National Irrigation Project. He is reporting the tribes on the 4 state borders, which are Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. He had covered the Muslipatnam coast for 9 years, from 2013 to 20, exploring Dutch, French and British connections with the trading post. He has reported from the ground the Krishna and Godavari estuaries and mangrove ecosystems. He is also a news photographer. Ashoka Fellow 2022 at the Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, Ashoka University. Thank you, sir, for joining us for this session. And now may I request Srimati Geeta, Joint Director, Karnataka Government from Water Mobility, to kindly come over to the dais. Madam Geeta is an architect planner, B.Arch from MSRIT. She has worked in private sector and as lecturer during 2000 to 2004 and joined Town Planning Department as an assistant director in 2004. She has worked in BDA, BBMP, Technical Cell of UD in Secretariat Training Institute. Presently, she is working as joint director in Technical Cell, UDD. Thank you so much, and over to the chairperson for taking over the session.
When you do a Google search for climate resilient urban planning, you get over 22 crore results in less than a minute. If you narrow down your search and search for climate retrofitting, you get over 2 crore results in less than half a second. This shows that we have been writing a great deal, talking a great deal about disaster resilience, climate retrofitting, disaster resilient urban planning, and what have you. But still all this has remained more or less a normative discourse. What we know has not been translated into what we actually do. In this forum, particularly in this technical session with so many experts, I think this session should help to reduce the gap between what we say and what we actually do. This technical session is about climate retrofitting. I undertook one of the biggest retrofitting programs in the country, retrofitting of 4,000 undamaged public buildings, hospitals and schools in Zone 4 and Zone 5 after the Gujarat earthquake in 2001. We retrofitted the buildings for seismic safety. At that time, nobody spoke about climate retrofitting. We didn't know about climate retrofitting. It was not in vogue. Just in 2 decades, we are talking about climate retrofitting, which will go beyond preserving the structural integrity of the building to look at a spectrum of activities which we should undertake for climate risk reduction, mitigation and adaptation. So this session will focus on climate retrofitting. Cities occupy less than 2% of the surface area of the globe, whereas more than 70% of the greenhouse gas emissions come from the cities. Cities are the main culprits. Cities create climate change and in turn they get affected by climate change. One reaps, as one says, is applicable to our cities. Cities, the population of cities are growing. We discussed it this morning. In 2030, 60% of the global population will be living in the cities. Already 70% of the population in developed countries is living in the cities, and cities contribute to 80% of the wealth generated in the world. The imperative is that we need to make cities climate resilient, contribute less to climate change, and get less affected by climate change. The topic also talks about the vision for 2050. That means that cities should not only be sustainable cities from the point of view of climate change, but they should be sustainable from the point of view of a livelihood also. There are challenges. At the same time, cities have the resources in terms of skilled labor, manpower, the close proximity of policymakers, experts, academicians and practitioners, and the advantage of economies of scale due to the higher density in the cities. So this technical session will look at the challenge of retrofitting through two important themes. The first is urban flooding and coastal flooding. As chairman of the advisory committee for mitigation and management of urban floods in Chennai, I have been studying this problem over 2.5 years with 14 other experts. We have submitted 4 voluminous reports to the Chief Minister. Chennai suffers from all sorts of floods, coastal flooding, flooding due to tsunami, fluvial, all sorts of floods. I told the Chief Minister very clearly, if you read the literature on urban flooding, it says that it is a wicked problem. Urban flooding is a wicked problem. But I told the Chief Minister that urban flooding is not a wicked problem, it is a problem created by wicked people. It's not a wicked problem. I told him in no uncertain terms that it is created by the wicked people. Whether it is a wicked problem or a problem created by the wicked people, it is a complex problem. There are no spot-specific solutions as you can have for earthquakes or landslides. Either you have a complete flood risk management or you don't have it. It is 0 or 1. There is nothing in between. It's a real challenge. Expert speakers here will address these issues here in their presentations. The second is, cities are going to be worst affected in the climate change, but cities in developing countries are going to be more affected than cities in developed countries. Even in the cities in developing countries, the poor and vulnerable are going to be more affected. Climate change will have a differential impact on different population. Poor, vulnerable people, they live in unsafe conditions, they live in unsafe settlements, and they don't have sustainable livelihood. So this is again a complex problem. So expert speakers in this session will address problems pertaining to vulnerability and climate change. While concluding this remark as the chairman, before inviting the speakers here, I have been told, I want to tell the forum that I have been told that this session should be curtailed to 1 hour for want of time. The speakers will get 10 minutes. So please wind up in 10 minutes. And there will not be any question answer sessions, and nor there will be a concluding remark from the chairman for want of time. Thank you very much. Now, I invite Dr. Amir Ali Khan from National Institute of Disaster Management to speak on urban and coastal floods. Thank you.
So, thank you so much to the chair for introducing the topic quite extensively, and thank you to the organizers for providing this opportunity to me, my institute, National Institute of Disaster Management. Sir has already mentioned that we are definitely facing a big challenge, and challenge especially in our part of the world is increasing many folds. But challenge of myself making this presentation in 10 minutes, which I prepared quite leisurely, बहुत अच्छे से बनाया था. So it's a big challenge to come to me, and I'm trying to make it. So topic which I like is retrofitting of cities for urban flooding. Retrofitting is providing additional strength to existing facilities. So facilities are already there, cities are already there, but definitely they have deviated somewhere, and we are in the midst of facing a lot of water which is getting stagnated within the city boundaries, which is hampering and which is curtailing our economic development thing. So I am having one slide in my presentation where when any hazard is impacting or disaster is taking place, you see that it's not only one type of damage, direct damages are there are indirect damages are there are tertiary damages are there, and there is no dearth of damages. So we have to plan something very seriously, and definitely why urban flooding is taking place or any hazard is taking place, there are certain lacunas in the system which are definitely posing some challenges. So let me start, I will go really fast, and few of the slides I will try to explain, but I will try to show the glimpses that what is happening at national level, and then what is the situation here in Bengaluru, some in brief. I'm not an expert on Bangalore, but definitely Delhi this year had a severe flooding, and I'm having few slides on Delhi as well. But let's see. So I'm not talking much about NIDM, it's a national level institute by an act of parliament. We have two campuses, one in Delhi, another is in Vijayawada. Yeah, this portion belongs to us, and all possible hazards are there. Due to that, our location in this part of the world, we are facing large number of hazards or disasters. But the most important thing or critical part is that due to those hazards, we are losing large number of people, more than our share of disasters, and that is a worrisome point. And the reason is, which sir is trying to highlight, Poga sir, that we are definitely living in vulnerable conditions, and our vulnerabilities are increasing. So we have to, so is the economic losses are much larger in our part of the world, so we have to look into it seriously. This is some data which I want to conclude on this, is that at present as well and in coming future, water and climate related hazards or disasters are going to increase. They are going to impact more people, they are going to result in more economic losses, so we have to be really cautious, and in these changing climatic conditions, the situation is not going to be easy. So various reasons for all those increasing vulnerability and thing, but the most important thing is unplanned or ill-planned developmental practices and development of exposed areas. You go to any part of the country and you will see that where those hazards are striking, why urban flooding is taking, because we have occupied those areas which are supposed to be free for flow of water. So exposed areas development is a big challenge, and we have to overcome this. And this planning fraternity, we people, we have to plan, develop something. Then environmental conditions which are changing, climatic conditions are definitely posing a big challenge, and the worst part of this changing climatic condition is coming in extreme events. When extreme events are coming, huge quantity of impact is coming to the cities, or in form of waters, in related to water and climate. So we are not prepared to face that. And I'm having one slide. So this is the thing. So we are having not only direct, indirect, but tertiary losses. And when a disaster is taking place in terms of urban flooding, it's definitely hampering the developmental practices and everything. Reasons, I'm not taking much time, but definitely when a lot of water is coming from the top, from clouds, so runoff is very fast, absorption is very low, so water accumulation is very fast. Reason is that a lot of silting and all these things, I'm not explaining all those things in detail. Urban flooding, it's definitely impacting human life, impacting economy, and cities like Bangalore or Bengaluru are definitely going to be impacted, like cities like Chennai, which we had a few months back seen this story. So it's really impacting us in a big way. Impact, this year we have worst floods in Himachal Pradesh, North India, and Delhi is part of that. So it damaged a huge thing. So Chennai I talked, and worst part is that when urban areas are impacted, so our most costly or most important critical infrastructure facilities are hampering, like airports. Airport in Chennai was impacted in 2015. This year as well, airport was impacted in Kochi, airport was impacted in Mumbai, airport was impacted in Kolkata. So when facilities like airports are impacted, so how you plan your things? So there are some faults. And just for the sake of saying why airports are being planned on those exposed areas, which I told earlier. So all these facilities have been planned, developed, operated on those exposed areas. You go and dig the history, these are located in low-lying areas, in river beds, abandoned rivers, and all those things. So we have to think about this. Causes, everyone knows. Trends in India. Yeah, this is important. And you see, in urban areas, what we are trying to do is, we are occupying those water bodies, which are supposed to be the sponge of the urban centers to absorb those are supposed to be cushions. And it's not only one part or the other, it's already urban areas as well as coastal areas, not only one state, almost several states have been there. Some recent data is there, so you can identify in everywhere. And city-wise, almost majority of cities are facing this challenge. Kashmir is so-called hilly terrain. Flood was there. I was in Shillong this last summer, and Shillong was also flooded. So where is the end? Hilly terrains are being impacted by urban floods. So we have to think about this. Kashmir, Kerala, everyone knows about this. Kochi flood was there. Then Chennai, almost second, third year, Chennai is facing this. And another thing is, which I told earlier, that climate is bringing severe impact. This time intensity was there, much higher intensity of rainfall was there in Chennai. So that is one of the reasons which is going to increase. So frequency and intensity both are going to increase related to water and climate things. So we have to plan something, we have to design something which can absorb those additional requirements. So Gurgaon is famous for floods every year. Hyderabad, Bangalore, you know it better than me. Bangalore, you see this. When we were students, I studied, it's a green city, garden city. Where is the gardens now? Where are those sponges now, which were supposed to absorb all those things? Ponds have already been converted. I am having one slide on that. So those lakes have been converted into posh areas, some malls, some business centers. So extra water is coming. That has to enter into my house, and I am to blame nature. No, I'm not supposed to blame nature. I have to blame myself. So we have to be there. So Delhi, I was talking about this year, Delhi, and you see, what we did about Delhi's river bed. So we occupied that river bed in Delhi. And you can clearly see when we have occupied, so where that water, extra water has to go. And that has to come to the city, and the city has no way to respond. So this is thing, and you see this picture. I don't know, you can visualize. This is the old picture of 200, 300 years old. It used to be river. We occupied and we made roads in that second picture. And third, this year river tried to occupy its own course. So this is the fact, and this is going to happen almost everywhere. And if I start blaming nature, there is no end. So this happened in Delhi. Delhi, the biggest reason for urban flooding related mess is multiplicity of various organizations dealing the same issue. And this year, Delhi, second point, okay, I'm concluding. So one point is that Delhi High Court ordered Delhi administration that one single agency has to manage floods in central Delhi part. So this is the thing. So we have to have intervention from courts unless we are not going to do. So I'm sorry, I can't go more than this. Various things are there, but let me forget about my presentation. The thing is what we are supposed to do. We are supposed to make aware society. We have to curtail this increase of temperature, curtail this changing climatic conditions, and make aware society. Involve communities in all those things. Unless I realize my responsibility as a citizen, I can't control this urban flooding or climate-related hazards. So, in my opinion, majority of things are coming from my own house. I have to develop all those things. As a responsible citizen, I'm supposed to have water harvesting system at my home so that water can be caught at the source itself. Then we have to develop proper drainage networks, which has to go to some ponds or lakes, which ultimately go to some rivers. So those traditionally in rural areas, still those water channels exist. So cities like Bengaluru, which used to have those channels, need to be regained again, redeveloped again. Unless we do it, we plan it, we are not going to find any solution. I'm just clicking all those slides. So this is the mess going on. So develop in the whole, ek word hai in Hindi. So in the course of development, we have forget almost everything. So we have to control this confusion and find some solutions, and that's all. So time is now, either invest now or pay later. We are already paying hugely for our mess which we have already created. Thank you so much. Unless we start, we are not going to end anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Amit, for finishing in time. I request Dr. Rajarshi, President Institute of Science, to make his
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks to the chair. Dr. Amir has already give the context of urban flooding. I don't have to reiterate that, but I will give you some examples what IISc has been doing in addressing the urban flood problem. So when I think about urban flood and how urban flood is distinguishably different from a riverine flooding. In a riverine flooding, mostly it happens from the amount of water that has been released to the downstream, either by a reservoir or there is a embankment breach that is happening. None of these things is generally common, although we have seen water released from reservoirs in Pune, Chennai causing urban floods, but urban floods are mostly localized effect. As the chair mentioned, it is done by wicked people, not by the wicked environmental problem. So we need some solutions. So whatever means we have, technology, science we have, we need to apply them to give some solution to this menace. Now there could be two types of solution, as we all know, as from management's perspective. It could be either a soft path solution, or it could either be a hard path solution. So soft path solution means immediate mitigation measure, operational measure. If you can do the evacuation for the people who are most in the vulnerable zone. Alternatively, the hard path strategy or the long path strategy, when the role of you comes, actually the planners, that well, we have to think about the low-lying areas and how the development is happening. It's not only the urban floods, I would even say the suburban floods, that the floods that are happening in the peripheral region of a city are also very important. So in fact, here in the slide it is mentioned the floods are the biggest natural disaster. It is actually not. There is a debate. They say also the droughts are actually the biggest natural disaster, but for the time being we consider floods to be the natural disaster. And no, we know that Bangalore has been flooded, and Bangalore flood is actually a typical example of our newly developing megacities that are not closely located to a flowing river body. It is not closely located to a river. It is not closely located to sea. Therefore, the natural slope of the watershed is missing in Bangalore. Hence, the local ponding even become prominent. So, and if you take the example of Chennai flood 2015, it is a classical example how compounding effect of unprecedented rains, overflowing rivers, high release from the reservoir, poor inadequate drainage system, all the causes are combined. Even that was a ENSO event, I mean it was a El Nino year previously. All these things eventually contributed to the flood. And it comes to Bangalore, encroachment of the waterways, people have blocked the outlets, obstruction to the flow during utilities, and as Dr. Amir has already mentioned, all this urbanization impact eventually increases the magnitude of the flood volume, and the flood becomes more quicker. And of course, the impact of urban heat island, those are part of the science. Coming to the design aspect, most of our hydraulic infrastructure has been designed based on something called intensity, duration, frequency relationship, IDF, which gives us some estimate of what is the likely amount of rainfall or flood once in a 50 year or once in a 80 year. Now scientists are saying that with climate change, these IDF relationships are becoming non-stationary. So the designer should also take care of those aspects. So this is something IISc has been doing for over almost a decade, but National Supercomputing Mission, as you know it, that gave us the mandate to consolidate different aspects of urban flood modeling and come up with a urban flood model, forecasting model. So this is a daily forecasting operational model for Bangalore and also for Pune. So now we are running operational model. You never heard of it because it is still an in-house operational model. Due to some logistic issue, we still could not share it with the government. For Pune also, they are running, but they are sharing with the Pune Municipal Corporation. So I don't go into the modeling structure, but two things we are issuing forecast. One, we are issuing rainfall forecast morning every day at 8. Also, we are issuing flood forecast. How this rainfall forecast and the flood forecast are different from traditional, let's say, IMD or Central Water Commission forecast, we are issuing flood forecast at a zonal level, that is at a ward level, we have our flood forecast. So I will not go into methodological detail, but the key here is basically collecting all the necessary information for a city level. So for Bangalore, we collected the elevation, land use, land cover, drainage network, building data, even the building height data, road network, everything has been combined. In fact, this is the reason that several states are approaching us to implement the similar flood model, maybe for Patna, for Vadodara, but what restricts us that they don't have the necessary data to develop a flood model. It's very easy to develop a riverine flood model. It's as complicated to develop a urban flood model. So here I will show you that is particularly from a planning perspective, not from a forecasting perspective at all. Let's say you have a very posh, and this is, I'm sorry, I mean, you know, the posh society, they has the money, they come to IISc and they say, can you estimate our flood risk? They said, okay, we'll do that. So we have made a digital twin. So you have probably heard of the cyber physical system. So this is actually a digital twin for Bangalore, and I am only showing the part that is corresponds to Belandur Lake. So EcoSpace, I don't know, it will show it is actually on the northern side, that is the upper part of the slide. EcoSpace is one of the high income group housing. So we did the simulation for them. Let's say if rain comes, flood happens, what is the likelihood EcoSpace will be flooded? So I don't know if I can play it, maybe I can, let me see. So, yeah. So you will see that the lake gets flooded, then eventually it is flooding the roads, the drainage network, and EcoSpace, I am not sure it can be shown, it is shown in a red rectangle. So EcoSpace is also getting flooded. Now the problem is that, I mean, even from a satellite picture or maybe from a BBMP information, we know that EcoSpace would be flooded, but what we don't know, what is the amount of water that is coming to EcoSpace. Because if we know the amount of water, we will design our drainage system, our basement maintenance, etc., based on the amount of water that is generated. This kind of digital twins can help us to get the, you know, not only qualitative information, but also quantitative information. So, and what are the measures? So, I mean, you know measures better than me. So, there also, this is just one or two slides and I will wrap it up. So, particularly for Bangalore, we have done leader survey. BBMP has also done leader survey for many lakes. BBMP has already installed several sensors and they are measuring the water level at the inlet and outlets of 6 major lakes. So, you might know that Bangalore has 6 cascading lakes. And it is nice thing, like earlier people told that these lakes used to cause flooding. Nowadays all these lakes are connected to each other. So now first 5 lakes are not causing flooding, but the lake that is standing at the end, that is getting flooded. So that is the cascading effect of the lakes. Yeah, I'll stop here. So this flood water actually can be used for the groundwater recharge or low impact development, can also be considered. We did one study with KC Basin, that is Kormalla Chalaghatta Basin, which is located in the southern part of Bengaluru. And we found that, you know, if some portion of the pervious area, if can be converted with low impact development, then significantly, particularly on the low lying area, the flooding impact could be modulated. So this is a humble thing that we have been doing with the leadership of Professor Majumdar, and I'm also involved as a co-PI. Unfortunately, it is an operational forecast. That means every day we are issuing the forecast, but due to some logistic reason, we usually share it with BBMP, but we could not make it public. Thank you so much.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I am very much delighted to be here. So, before my presentation will begin, I would like to throw some light on what's happening. We're all speaking about climate change. So we're all speaking about climate change. Yeah, please. So I would like to throw some light on what's happening between the confluence points of two rivers. One is River Krishna and Godavari. And we'll also throw some light on what's happening, what is the very direct impact on the communities, the impact of climate change on the lives of the communities, who are actually appears to be rural, but they are in the urban pockets. Even they are adjacent to the capital region areas also. So this is all about my project, my presentation. So I would like to show it. Sorry, sir. Okay. So meanwhile, so the very first affected communities, like everywhere, fisher folk. But in the case of these, between these two rivers and the coastline, the fisher folk are migrating because of the depletion of the fish catch and other impacts. They are migrating to Gujarat coast, and they have stranded in Pakistan jail. So I have met many of the people who have returned, but so they have returned with the intervention of the government of India, but again they had to go back to the west coast in search of livelihood. So this is the very impact. So as a consequence, what happened to the women folk? So they are supposed to sell the fish in the villages, which is caught, the fish caught by the male is supposed to be sold by the women in the villages. So as a result, when the men leave, some hundreds of boats are abandoned. The women are also homebound without any work. So this is the main very direct impact on the fisher folk between these river belts. So second impact is on the tribe. Tribal in the capital region of Andhra Pradesh, which is Amravati. So in that area, tribes are associated with the, and they are earning livelihood on mud flat, which is also facing a great threat on Andhra Pradesh coastline. So this is also major impact. When it comes to the birds, there are two species. One is endangered great north, and second one is Indian skimmer. The total population of Indian skimmer in India is 2,500. When it is for the case of Pakistan, the total number is 15. So the habitat loss, habitat here it is. So I will conclude it very highly. So, thanks. So these are the fisher folk who stranded in Pakistan jails and returned back. This is from the area where India's biggest nuclear power park is coming, that is at Kovada. So some hundreds of boats have been abandoned. Women fish sellers who lost their livelihood. So some marine species have also disappeared from this coast, which had high market value, high commercial value, which were used to be caught by these fisher folk is not available because of the climate change, what the local fisher folk attribute, the reason. So 8 marine fish species have disappeared from this respective coast. 22 marine species, including 20 fish species, have dwindled rapidly over the past decade. So some fisher folk use for medicinal purposes, some fish catch, some fish species. So that is also lost. This is from Machilipatnam coast, which is once metropolitan city. Now it's so this is one fish. It is not available off Kakinada coast and Visakhapatnam coast also, where these two beaches where sea erosion is reporting. So this is from Upada, where from Kakinada. Kakinada is India's smart city. It is one of the smart cities. So because of the erosion, almost 250 acres of land has been lost to the erosion from one pocket, which is fisherfolk area, but now it is now dominated by the handloom weavers. That called Upada Jamdana famed, that's a GI tag. That habitation is also being lost now. So this is a Chennai, IIT Chennai's technology, geotube technology. So this has also could not withstand this erosion. So this is the result, that weavers now residing in the habitation. So this tribe I called Anadi tribe, they collect it with bare hands, Scilla serrata, which is a high protein value exported variety, but this number is also dwindling. The fish, this catch is also getting down because of they said mudflat mangrove ecosystem has been affected because Andhra Pradesh and this region is the largest or one of the largest shrimp production pockets in India. Because of this shrimp production, aqua ponds and commercial aquaculture activities, mudflat and mangroves have been facing threat. So this is great knot. This is a great knot, and where we can see great knot and Indian skimmer one place. This habitat is it's a mudflat. It was leveled for some other development activity. These are Indian skimmer. So this is the Anadi tribe. See, there in the urban body, like they comes in the Machilipatnam Urban Development Authority. On the other hand, Capital Region Development Authority location. But this is the livelihood. This is all mangrove, Krishna mangroves. So this is all from my end. So my point here is, I would like to throw some light is what is actually happening on the coast, on the confluence points, on the river ecosystems, mudflats, mangroves. At the end of the day, these ecosystems would support and would also help us to minimize the disaster, minimize the consequences and the magnanimity of the calamities, floods and like that. So thanking you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very
Done.
much. Now I request Srimati Geeta, Joint Director of Water Mobility, to make a
Good afternoon. Mine is more on the climate interventions in the master plan as an urban planner and how it has affected the marginal communities and the gender. This is largely derived from my experience of working in the Department of Urban and Town Planning in the last 2 decades. 2005, when the Bangalore Master Plan was being prepared, the present one, RMP 2015, I was working in BD, and that was the first time we saw the urban flooding. For me, it was the first exposure to urban flooding in Bangalore. And thereafter, so many series of urban flooding happening almost every year. And when I went to the training institute, my DG's vision of saying that you're too much of a technical person now, you should have some social perspective brought into the planning, and that is where she introduced me into gender and such other issues. I'm so thankful I remember her, and it is based on this experience that today I'm speaking about this issue. From 2004 onwards till this 2024, we've seen a series, I would say many policies coming up in the urban sector addressing the climate issues. It could be like a buffer for lakes, buffer for the water bodies, and then so many other interventions coming up, series of them. Earthquake resilience is coming, and then we have model building bylaws coming from the Government of India. URDPFI guidelines also suggesting so many interventions in the urban planning sector that would affect the, that would probably improve the climate situation in the urban areas. On one hand, yes, but on the other hand, when we look at it, whom is it affecting and whom is it benefiting? When we see that, we understand that more and more of such interventions, NGT, the more stringent measures, whom is it affecting, whom is it benefiting? We see very clearly that the marginalized sector in the society is very, actually getting hit more and more by our stringent policies. So how are we going to actually address in the master plan, what are the social interventions that do and what are the planning interventions and that we do, and how do we bind both of them together is of interest. So I would like to, yeah, please. We are talking of gender, and that means we are talking of male, female and transgender. We are talking of the vulnerable groups, that means urban poor, migrants, senior citizens, children, women and specially abled. So why are we talking of them? Because they are at a higher risk, all of us know this. They experience more impact during the disasters and during emergencies. They need extra assistance, and also they call for additional measures to empower them during emergencies as well as during any day-to-day living also. Climate threats, urban flooding, tsunami, extreme weather conditions, its impact on their health, livelihood, especially on the homeless, heat wave, erratic monsoons, droughts, water shortage and crisis. What is the impact on their health, safety and security, and how spatial planning can actually address these threats. And immediate impacts, access to safe housing, food insecurity, water scarcity, lack of sanitation, impact on their livelihood, vulnerability during disasters, infrastructure disruptions and destructions, access to resource and relief, access to information, mobility and access to technology. One of the reports by Climate Action Network says that women perform additionally 12 to 14 hours of work due to the climate displacement and the migration that happens. And by 2050, which we are looking into, it says climate change will push up to 158 million more women and girls into poverty, and it will lead to 236 million more women into hunger. So this will lead to a lot of social conflicts, and it will also lead to a lot of migrations. And in the urban areas, farming gets directly affected, so obviously it leads to migration. Labor, the people who have come have to travel long distances because of their shelter and mobility issues. Skill from the rural areas, if people are migrating, then how do they develop the skill sets that are needed in the urban areas to adjust to this, and how do we provide them affordable housing which is safe also. So what do we do in the master plans? We have so many layers. We study the topography, water bodies, catchment areas, environment sensitive zones, floodplains, forest areas and all those. We identify the eco-sensitive zones, river fronts, lakes, water bodies, and we declare special areas of special control and all that. And then of late, recently in Karnataka, some of the things, land use transport integration, which is happening across the country. We have a TOD policy for Bangalore now. There is a draft active mobility bill under deliberation. This is for NMT, non-motorized transport, walkable urban areas, and we have shared bicycle transport system. We have completely pedestrian streets, some of them like Church Street and Gandhi Bazaar that we have started. We have encouraged mixed use and dynamic streets, and we have identified congestion areas, impact zones, regulation of densities and all that through our FAR and urban zonal regulations. Government of India has recently suggested some urban reforms which have been included. We have issued the instructions to all the planning authorities to incorporate them in the master plan. So there is something called blue infrastructure, green infrastructure. Blue is for the riverfront development in the urban areas, and green infrastructure also. So 30% of the space in the buildings to be pervious, and reservation of 10%, 15% for the parks and all those things. And we also have green building components, climate resilient components coming. We have rainwater harvesting, solar heating, solar lighting in the buildings made mandatory, wastewater recycling, solid waste management components, dual plumbing system for grey and black water. We have regulations and bylaws for electric vehicle charging infrastructure, for earthquake resilient structures, coastal regulation, zoning, clearances from so many agencies like Pollution Control Board, state level agency, MOEF, and NOC from Forest Department if you are staying very close to the forest like Shirsi and such towns. And we collect lake rejuvenation fees, and we develop lakes within the local planning areas. Now so many things coming one after the other. We also have seen recently, we have leased rental farming, we have community farming practices on the outskirts of the city. We have terrace gardening coming up, rooftop greening, balcony gardening, innovation in construction materials to reduce the carbon footprint and to reduce the environmental impacts. The question is, who are the beneficiaries? Who can afford this? Whether marginal sector gets positively benefited from this, or all these are leading to them getting more and more alienated in the cities. Because some of the things like our buffers and all, the first displacement is of the marginal sector only, of the vulnerable sector only. What are we doing in the social aspects? We collect a lot of demographic data, age-sex ratio, migration trends, population density, housing status, employment status, and we have amenities plan, infrastructure plan also. What is the positive thing about the social sector is there are, as Sir was telling during introducing us, that so much of data is available on the social sector, where the employment is coming in Bangalore more, how the population is distributed, how the environmental features are distributed in Bangalore. So a lot of it that we don't have to do a primary research, lot of research is coming into this. The question is, marginalized sector is getting more and more marginalized, more and more vulnerability is there, because somewhere, probably I wouldn't like to use the word elitist, but I would still say that more and more stringent measures that we are taking is probably kind of affecting them, because we don't have a B plan for them. We just, it is leading to more and more displacement. It is leading to more and more marginalization. So what as an urban planner could we do? If we look at it in Bangalore and in Karnataka, one of the things I feel is that we don't have cascading plans, we don't have regional plans, and we don't have local area plans as of today. So we are looking at only one master plan as an all-in-all solution, which is really not possible. And we have an excessive land use approach. Technological, we have a lot of GIS technology. The speakers before me have shown how it could be used in a very positive way. The social aspects, the resource aspects, infrastructure and overall sustainability is not reflected in the spatial plans. They sit in the reports. I would again emphasize this, that many of the policies that are coming from Government of India, like street vending, street vending policies, livelihood programs and all that, sit as reports in the master plan. As a planner, I think the shift is now to show them in the spatial plans, how each of the layers affect, so many parameters, so many layers, to shift them from the report to a spatial planning approach would probably reach out to them. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I hope I was on time.
I thank all the speakers for their excellent presentation. My special thanks to all of them for sticking to the time limit. They really helped me. My thanks to all the audience for their patience. The session is over. Thank you. You have? So, I am being told there is time for a few questions. Maybe we will take 3 questions.
So, thank you very much for the presentations. A couple of questions. Okay, let me just put 2 questions. We see that currently there is a lot of action.
It would be better if you identify yourself first and then you say to whom that question is addressed.
So my name is Anjali Karol Mohan. I'm an urban and regional planner. And my question is to the panel over here, and perhaps to all the planners in the room, is that we see a lot of work across the country right now on climate action plans that are being prepared. And we also saw that in Bangalore and many other cities, the climate action plans have been launched. these almost seem like a parallel effort and are not really integrated within the master plan. So the fundamental question is that how do we bring in the whole idea of climate adaptation and mitigation into our master plans, and whether there has been any thought on that. That was my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anjali. What I said makes more relevance here, that the land use plans probably are not able to, if you see the present Bangalore Master Plan RMP 2015, there were 64 layers of data. So data has come from all the, climate is one of them, many other sectors, transport, everything. But in the end, when the proposals have come, they are reflected in the form of land use plans, so we are not able to look into the other aspects on the land use plans. This is what I feel, that the latest whatever is coming, the climate action plan that is coming, disaster management plan that is coming, are all studied. How they are represented on the plan and how that is read, I think, is what I would say. We are an excessive land use planning, approach that we have. These are not reflected on the final plans that are coming, but climate action plan, disaster management plan, URDPI guidelines, and all the social sector policies, including street vending, everything is actually there. Some planner or maybe the director town planning can actually, say, because Government of India has been pushing a lot of reforms, and the master plans of today, if you see what it was 2 decades back or 1 decade back, have a lot of data of all these things. The reports really carry all of them. How are they reflected on the proposals is the challenge, I feel.
Just to answer a point, I probably feel that the town planning profession still has not woken up to realize the causality between what activity would result in a climate change impact. Now, until that science is clear, it will not be reflected in the proposal at all. I am very clear on that. And I think since the climate change is probably a recent phenomena in the country, while we are doing, let's put it, some kind of firefighting strategies in terms of what she said, probably it is not working, it's working at a cross purpose, because the town plan is already prepared. We are preparing a climate action plan, but there is no integration. And the integration cannot just happen because the causality is not understood properly. That is the basic reason.
I just want to kind of push this particular conversation further to then say that one is the causality between land uses and the kind of climate change it triggers, but also as planners can we start thinking of land uses which will actually work as mitigation and adaptation measures to the climate change that is happening, right? So there is a causality, but there is also an effect, and how do we address those, the cause and the effect collectively? I think a planner has a huge role in that. And to me then, if I may be a little provocative, how do we as planners start to think of public infrastructure which is not large? Do we really need the large infrastructure that we are planning and deploying, or can we think of infrastructure in a very decentralized manner? And that's where, I mean, it's a big topic, but I will.
Thank you very much, sir. There are 2 points which I want to ask, both in terms of vulnerability as well as in terms of planning. We had, right from 1992, we are talking about localized planning and what committee and everything. When we are preparing the master plan, how do you do that at the ward level? One. Second, how do you address that issue of social issue in terms of vulnerability? Okay, it's a big gap between the two. How do you do that in terms of master plan? Anybody must be doing. Plus, the academics, totally we have missed out. Because like Indian Institute of Science or even NIDM, how the input of them from this whole parameters of, in terms of capacity building as well as climate thing, we are missing it out. That also we need to address that issue. Thank you.
I just, I think things still we are thinking in many terms at a very localized level. We are thinking about green buildings, we are thinking about maybe, porous pavement. But at a large scale, at a city level, at a regional level, I totally agree, the coordination is simply missing. We know that what is the impact, and we always say that the impact of climate change, particularly on an urban scale, is much lesser compared to the impact of land use change. So land use has a higher impact, and somehow that impact in a coordinated effort to retrofitting is clearly not visible anywhere. So that is something definitely needs to be addressed. Maybe I can give it.
Well said, sir. No doubt about that. Definitely there is a gap between practitioners and planners and say academicians as well. The thing is, what I try to look not only for this presentation but earlier as well, that how many master plans in India which we have already been prepared have some component on disaster management. I can recollect the NCR plan, the earlier version, they have a chapter. So chapters are being included, but how to integrate disaster related things into planning process is definitely missing. And for that, at least at NIDM level, we organize programs, faculty development programs for academic institutes. For town planning, definitely we have not focused, we have not organized a exclusive program for town planners. But we definitely invite town planners, engineers, architects, and talk cumulatively for that group. And not only once, twice, several programs have for over a number of years, we have organized those programs. But as a planning community, we have to think that disasters are not, climate change is slightly slower process, but like disasters, especially earthquakes, especially in Himalayan belt, those capital cities of all those 12, 13 states of those things. If some big earthquake is coming, how we are going to respond as a planner, or what are the things? It may be slightly away from your region, but we were developing a master plan for Srinagar. And Srinagar is in zone 4, zone 5 from earthquake point of view. And they are not receptive to have a seismic microzonation done before coming to the planning things. And the second example comes from Delhi itself, the NCR, hum sab wahan se hain. So Delhi is having the seismic microzonation map, yeah. But how we are able to integrate with the master plans? So this is a big question which we as a town planning organization need to be addressed. And then comes the zoning regulations. So we have zoning regulations for flood, for coastal zoning regulations, but how we are able to integrate and act upon. Integration is one thing, and then acting on those recommendations or regulations. This is the biggest challenge for the developmental planners and disaster managers as of now. So number one is we are completely neglecting. Like she mentioned, a lot of data is there. We have shifted from manual thing to GIS platforms. A lot of good analysis are coming, colorful maps are coming, but we are missing the link for disaster related things. We need to integrate, number one. Number two, we have to act upon those recommendations seriously. Otherwise, we are definitely, this process will continue. Thank you.
See, I would like to add only one point. There are disaster management plans, but none of the plans are really based on a thorough multi-hazard risk assessment. For any Indian city, as far as I know, there is no hazard risk vulnerability assessment. If they do it for one hazard. It should be a composite hazard risk assessment. Then only you can have a perfect disaster management plan, and that composite risk assessment should feed into the master plan. Then only a risk-informed master plan can be prepared. The very basic is missing here. Second is, I mentioned it in my speech very clearly, we should look at cities from 2 points of view. One is protecting cities from climate change impacts, the other is preventing cities causing climate change. So when we are planning, we should create what sort of carbon sinks, how sequestration can be looked at, where greenery should be built into, where more water body should be built into, where even cultivation should be allowed, cultivation should not be allowed, where agriculture land should be retained, what sort of cultivation should be allowed. Deep tilling should not be allowed. It's a very, very complex thing. I don't have time to go into it. But nevertheless, I insist on the point, we should know the hazards and risks first so that we can proceed in an informed way. So one more question, question number 3. So I think everybody has got all the answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir, for your precious time, and we are so grateful for this particular session. We have small facilitation program. So we would now like to invite on stage our President ITPI, Shri N.K. Patel ji, to kindly felicitate our chairperson for the session. Thank you so much, sir. And now may I request Shri Pradeep Kapoor ji, Secretary General ITPI, to kindly felicitate. Okay, so may I request the Vice President ITPI to kindly felicitate Dr. Amir. Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Gayatri. Dr. Gayatri to felicitate Dr. Geeta. Thank you, madam. Now may I request Shri Patnaik ji, the immediate past president, ITPI, to kindly felicitate Shri Appal Naidu. Thank you, sir.